Let's say. Okay. How is everybody doing? I know that I'm in a little early, but I saw that a couple of you were in here waiting, so um, I didn't want to keep you all waiting. So here I am. Let me fix something real quick. Y'all doing okay? Click. I'm gonna let a few more people come in, especially since I'm early. But I did want to go ahead and go live. My eyes have been watering all day long. We'll let a couple more people come in and we'll go ahead and get started. Let a couple more people come in and we'll go ahead and get started. Let a couple more people come in and we'll go ahead and get started. I have to turn my tablet down. Hello, everyone coming in. Just a couple of more minutes. Hello. Hello, Maria. Who all did I miss? Let me see. Get my tablet. See, we have Cam 2819. Cameron, is it Chambord? Oh, I'm losing the names. TJD. Uh, Hopefully I didn't miss anybody. What time is it? Okay, 2 more minutes. And I'll go ahead and get started. What is today? Wednesday. How y'all enjoying your Wednesday? Yes, everybody, give it a thumbs up. Um, and subscribe if you have not subscribed. So, 1 more minute and I'll go ahead and get started. It's hot in Texas. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, I spent the last 3 summers in Texas. So I remember not that I moved to anywhere better, but I do remember Texas heat as well. Chilling inside. Yeah, I've been trying to beat the heat too. Um, I was out yesterday with a couple of mobile clients, but other than that, straight back to the house. People act up in the summertime. That heat have them losing their minds. So I don't like to be out and in the way. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. Um, so with this particular live, what I was wanting to cover is, even though I'm still talking about Megan and Tim, I'm not really coming from a point or aspect of everything else, all the other foolishness. Hello to everybody coming in. All of the foolishness that they have going on out there. It's more so about what I consider to be financial abuse, and then that's the angle that I'm coming from for this particular subject. Is not just Megan, but any person that could find themselves in that situation. I think it's rare for a man to be in that situation, but I know a man could be in that situation. But most of the time it's women that are being financially abused. And after I saw Megan the other day and how she was looking, I was just like, I have to cover this a little bit because it's it's awful. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. So I'm going to go ahead and get it started here, but we're going to be talking about still Megan and Tim, but financial abuse is what I'm talking about.
Nobody makes noise about spending money the way a narcissistic man does. He can spend a bare minimum on you and still act as if he has moved mountains. He will treat basic groceries like luxury.
He said he can spend the bare minimum on you and still act like he has just bought you. Hello to everybody coming in. Um, will act like he has just bought so much for you, and those are the issues that I see with Tim and his entire family, is that he makes them feel guilty for buying them the bare essentials. But I'm gonna let him do all of his talking, and then I'm gonna speak up.
Nobody makes noise about spending money the way a narcissistic man does. He can spend a bare minimum on you and still act as if he has moved mountains. He'll treat basic groceries like luxury and then still walk around believing he's some great provider. He'll make you feel guilty for needing normal things. He'll make a $10 shampoo holder sound like a diamond necklace. He will ask you 1,000 questions before buying the smallest household items. Why? Because he wants to make sure you feel like a burden for having needs at all. That is how these men operate. It is rarely about the money itself. It is about the psychological weight they carry to every dollar, every receipt, every small act of spending, just so you never forget they had to be a part of something for you. They do not give in a clean way, they give it noise, they give it pressure, with commentary, they give it a face, they give it interrogation, they give it a reminder later, and after doing almost nothing, they still expect to be seen as generous. A narcissistic man can make one grocery trip feel.
He said doing almost nothing and still making you feel like he is just giving you the world. And I just feel like that is what we see with Tim, is literally we know bare minimum, and really it's for the boys because Megan doesn't even get bare minimum, but he will spend bare minimum on them and still make them feel like he's giving them the world. And that's financial abuse to me. Everybody out there is making that money, but Tim is the one that controls the money. And after him buying this hunk of junk and to see the amount of money he put into it, it's really infuriating. So I would just like for it to always be a lesson for anybody in this situation, or if you're with somebody that looks like they're going to treat you like Tim does, to please move around. Yet wants people to rejoice in his greediness. I need to turn my chat back on.
Like a court hearing. Where are you going? Why do you need that? Is that necessary? Can it wait? Why this brand? Why not the cheaper one? Didn't we already buy something last week? Who's going to use it? How long will it last? Do you really need that much? By the end of it, your head starts spinning. Why? Because he's turning a normal, human, basic need into a moral crime. And that is what makes it so draining. He does not just restrict spending, he ruins the emotional atmosphere around spending. He makes the house feel tight, he makes ordinary needs feel excessive, he makes you rehearse your request.
He makes ordinary needs feel excessive.
Before saying it, he makes you calculate how to ask in the least offensive ways. He makes you delay buying basic things because you do not want the lecture, the phase, the sarcasm, the tension, or the emotional punishment that comes after. Last time I went to the ultrasound.
Okay, this is when I covered the video of Alan coming and doing Megan's hair. So I'm going to let parts of that video play, just because that's the only time we've seen Megan get her hair done. And even though Megan needs a whole lot more than just her hair done, this was like, this is it. We saw him take the boys to go and get shoes. We've never seen Megan go and get anything. So it's hard to go back and pull from another video because he's literally done nothing for her. So this is it, which is mind blowing. But this is it. The time that their neighbor came and did her hair for free. That's all you can pull from. No times at this store and that store. And Megan helped him pick out furniture for the house, but that's because he had to use it. I've said it before, the family gets to eat just because he has to. Like, I guess I'll feed y'all too. Somebody got to cook my meals, I guess y'all can eat too. Those boys got to stay breathing so that they can go take care of my animals, so I guess I'll feed y'all too. But he does nothing out of love and with intention, you know? So this was the only video I could draw from.
Said Benjamin 7 pounds and 4 ounces. I already know last week. Yeah, y'all, Megan's back here, about to get her hair straightened out and get a little trim and everything. And I gotta tell y'all a story behind it. I'm just walk outside so I don't, because I know you probably gonna start to blow dry and all that type of stuff so y'all can hear me.
Now, when I went back and looked at this, he said he's going outside because he'll probably start the blow dryer. But I think Tim went outside so Alan wouldn't hear what he has to say. I feel like there was some truths to what he said and then some fibs in there as well. So let me get away from Alan's ears so I can tell y'all my version of events.
But Alan ended up getting stuck. Alan is our neighbor, lives down the road, and he ended up getting stuck. And it's just amazing how the Lord worked this all out. Because he got stuck a couple weeks ago, and I went down and pulled him out. And Alan said that he, wanted to bless us and wanted to do something, to help us out, something like that, but he couldn't think of anything. And at the same time, Megan mentioned to me that she wanted to get her hair trimmed, because she keeps a natural hairstyle. The main hairstyle she does is she just, straightens it and just pulls it back, and puts it in a bun or whatever you call it. But she likes to get a trim every now and then so her edges, want to just break out.
Now, how's he going to say she likes to get a trim every now and then? And since this day, we have not seen or heard anything about Megan and her hair. This was before she had Benjamin. She was in her last few weeks, but she still had not had Benjamin yet. So that's how long ago this was. Now, we already know that her hair is being neglected because that wig is permanently on there. But he says she likes to get her hair trimmed. Yet and still, that has not happened. Why has it not happened? If that's something she likes to do, then that means that she has been keeping up with that, right? And as her husband, he can say that's something that she likes because he knows that's what she'll go and do for herself. But since he has been the one, since he has been the one controlling the money, she has not been able to do that for herself. Financial abuse.
So she gets her edges clipped. And so she was thinking, she was like, So this part right here is a major. It's just irritating me because as a hair professional, he's saying she's getting her edges cut, but this is edges.
and she's getting her ends trimmed. So there is a difference. And for him to be supposedly a licensed barber, he should know the difference. But she's not getting her edges anything except straightened. She's getting her ends clipped, trimmed, whichever one you want to call it. Her ends and her edges are getting straightened out, not cut. And then I want to go to the beauty. Yeah, her edge is clipped, ready to scalp her, which at this point she might need that because I don't even know if Megan's hair has dreaded up under that wig or what. She doesn't have any hair to trim. She had kept. What did it say? Yeah, she had kept it up for sure, but the person that's controlling the money will not allow for her to spend money that way. Um, it's not a waste for him to get what he wants, but it's a waste of money for anything that Megan should need outside of the house. Tim racked up almost $8,000 in one day for that hunk of junk. That's what we saw him spend. We still don't know really what he paid for it, and then we don't know what issues they've run into it since they've had it for so long. What parts they're waiting to be shipped in from somewhere to do an overhaul on that truck. But he could see his way to spending that money here recently. And they get a $20,000 check, so he says, and he can't figure out how to spend that money on his wife who needs undergarments. It's very obvious. We don't know what has happened to the other ones, but we know that she's not in them. She needs something done to her hair. And at this point, it doesn't matter what. Something needs to be done to it. But he can figure out how to spend that money on that truck and then do a couple of episodes about it and want people to give him a pat on the back. Meanwhile, he's withholding from his wife. So, again, I know Tim and Megan are full of shenanigans out there, but this focus is on the situation she's in and hoping that anybody watching that could possibly be put in this situation learn from her mistakes and not end up like this, where you have a man that is evil and not caring anything about you or your children, controlling everything. Don't ever get yourself in that situation where you were the one who had everything and you've watched him methodically take everything from you, systematically taking stuff from you, one thing at a time. Here, let me take this from you. Let me take that from you. Nope, let me take that from you. Let me take your house. You're not getting another vehicle. Let me take your job from you. Now come over here. Come a little closer. Let me take that confidence from you. I think you're just a little too high and mighty for my taste. I'm gonna have to take you down a couple of notches. So let's go on. Shop to get my edges clipped. But the beauty shop that she used to use, when we were living in town, is an hour and 30 minutes from here. And she was looking for somebody, in this area to do her hair, to clip her edges and straighten and everything for her. And Alan ended up, because we knew that Alan did hair, on the side because he's also in school as well. And while he's in school, he's kind of doing hair on the side. So he says he knows Alan does hair. He just said that, but okay. But we knew that he did hair. And, we didn't know if he did natural hair or not. And so Alan ended up calling me again last week. And he said, a lie really don't care who tell it. And Tim is always doing it. His car went start, because the battery was there. So I went down and dropped him off. It was a rainy day, and I had to ride the tractor down there. And because he was like in an area where we couldn't get any cars in because we would get stuck. It was muddy. So I pulled the tractor down the road, probably about a half mile down the road in the rain, and jumped him off. And I was mentioning to him, and I was asking him. I said, because I told Megan, I said, I'm gonna ask Alan, does he know anybody that does natural hair that can give you a trim? And so after I got done jumping Alan off, I mentioned to him. This whole story that he's telling right now is so that he can make everything that happens after this point sound innocent. I was going down there to do this and I was going down there to do that. And Megan been telling me she wanted her hair done. So I had that on my mind while I went down there. He's trying to make this story sound innocent. And this is why he stepped outside. He doesn't want Alan to hear him. Nothing about a blow dryer, nothing like that. He didn't want Alan to hear this story.
That, hey, Megan's looking for somebody to, do her hair, give her a little trim before she has the baby. And Alan looked at me and he said, I can do that. You know what I mean?
So do y'all think that he didn't know that the man knew how to do natural hair as well? Like, really, what kind of question is that? But this is the master con artist right here. So he's down there claiming he's helping someone, but actually he wants the favor returned, and he needs to return instantly. Like, we're not going to let any time get in between me coming down here to help you. My wife needs her hair done. She's asked or talked about getting her hair done. I really don't want to pay to have her hair done. So, can I get this free service for coming down here and giving you a free service?
If you complain every time you spend money on her, you're not a provider. You're financially abusive.
Bartering is fine when people agree to it, but I feel like he just kind of snuck that in. And for a person who's receiving help and who has no ill intentions, I got you. I know I do hair. But he would never approach this person without having done something for him first, where now it's a service that I'm going to have to pay for. Because so we've seen Megan get her hair done one time on all of the 50 million videos that Tim has put out. One time we saw her get something done to her head because he got it done for free. It was a free service. And then even with that, he made Alan come to them. He wouldn't allow Megan off of the property. Like, between being confined to the compound and not having control of any finances, I just don't see how more people that are subscribed to him don't get turned off by paying attention to this, especially if you're a female. I don't understand it. Unless you're like silly in The Color Purple and just used to being treated that way yourself. You can't fathom being treated better. So, you co-sign. That's the only thing I can think of. Because we're all watching a man dominate somebody, and he's using the views to do it. For every view he gets paid more money, and it gives him more of an ego trip to start treating the woman that he married like trash. So let's go on. Oh, and then I saw one of you all said that she could get her hair shaved down real low. She could. At this point, she probably needs to. Um, she probably needs to. What else did I miss? Quid pro quo. Remember, I did something for you. Exactly. I'm about to get to that too. Like, hello, how's everything going in the Carolinas? Long time ago that he was Mr. He's still Mr. As we see, Megan hasn't had anything done to her hair since, and clearly she would need to go and pay for it. So he's not willing to pay for that service for his wife, which is sad.
So it just worked out perfect because he shared with me about how he wanted to bless us already. He was trying to figure out ways to bless us, and he said, "I just come down there next weekend and take care, get her done and fix her up, give her a trim." He said he had like a little special tool that he could use to straighten her hair out real straight, and then cut everything, get everything trimmed up. But that's the testimony and the story behind it. You know, he ended up helping out a neighbor, and a neighbor came down and.
So Tim is calling this a testimony. He said that's the testimony. Alan needed help getting his car pulled out. Tim helped Alan. Everything after that was Tim manipulating a situation. That's not a testimony. Tim knew he was going down there to ask for a favor. That's not a miracle. He knew he had those intentions. He pretended like he didn't know what Alan may be able to do so that Alan would volunteer to do that. But this whole focus is on the fact that he didn't have to pay for this service. And that's the only reason we saw Megan get her hair done. That's the only reason she was treated to getting her hair done. Now, since he's been outside walking around, he's already said that's something she likes to do for herself. But he has not allowed it. There's not a video out there of Megan receiving anything other than something from a subscriber that he still would not allow for her to have. That's the only time you're going to see it is somebody else sending it in and then him taking it from her. You know, we saw the chair that somebody bought for her with Benjamin. Tim took that from her. He wouldn't even let her enjoy the chair. He took that chair, turned it into his office, and dirtied it up. He took her chair. Like, she has received very few things, and the few things that she has taken he has allowed for her to take, he has taken over it. Financial abuse. I know you used to be the one to pay all the bills, but I claim YouTube is mine. It was my idea. Even though we all work for it, it's my money. I'm going to spend it how I want to. You're not getting no new clothes. You don't need no new clothes. You know, he joked about her needing shoes when they took the boys to get shoes. She laughed it off. She never raises her hand, lets anything come up through her throat, suggesting that she needs something, but we can all see what she needs. We don't even live there with her, and we can see what she needs. If Megan has been wearing the same bra since Emma came out there, then yes, she needs some new ones by now. They're worn out. And I'm sure that's why she don't have them on now. Like, she's worn them out. They all have 3 outfits that be in heavy rotation. 3 outfits. And they get worn out. And if they get worn out, Tim is just like, oh, well, so be it. You know, I got to get my zero turn. Y'all just going to have to wait. I need that tractor. Y'all just going to have to wait. Nope. Remember, I'm going to get that air rifle in a couple of weeks. Y'all just going to have to wait. I know it looked like you need some bras, but you should have taken better care of those other ones. You just going to have to wait. And the waiting never stops. The boys got new shoes because the authorities were called. When those authorities were called, Tim had them sit up there on that fence so that we could see their feet on purpose. Like, see, I'm taking care of them. See, I spent some money on them. You see, they got on different shirts. They got on some new shoes. But the people that make him nervous had to get on to him for him to do that. Otherwise, he can never justify spending money on his family. Never. Yet and still, he will break the bank for whatever he wants. JW was in the comments saying that Tim was probably waiting on payday, the reason he has slowed down on the skirting, and probably so. And if that were to be the case, if that's a reality, then how pitiful is it that he blew through some money so fast that he has to wait on a new payday? So it's not only just financial abuse, but you're also that irresponsible with money, which we know that, you know. Anybody that keeps going and buying these old vehicles when you have the opportunity to buy something that will last, we know that he's not good with finances.
It's helping us out now, you know, so it's just a beautiful thing of how the Lord just uses all those situations to work it out for the good. So Alan ended up getting stuck. I ended up going down in the rain to pull him out, you know. And God will use situations like that. But the problem is with Tim, there's a repetitive behavior. So we're not looking at someone who is always falling into these blessings.
Even though he says God, his actions speak way louder. And okay, Jeep Girl said, remember, she also wanted the bicycle. That bicycle bothers me just because, you know, we know he's not going to let her off of that property. So that's just exercise around a gated area. And he wants to control her having fun to that extent. You can't even go outside on this locked compound and enjoy yourself. I don't want you to have peace of mind anywhere. That's ridiculous. And she did. She asked for a bicycle that we know that they had enough money to pay for. They've made enough money for Megan to get a bicycle. Again, I'm using this video because there's nothing else to pull from. We don't have other trips of Megan getting something. There's been no special trip for Megan needed some new clothes, so we're all going with her to get clothes. Or I kept the children and let Megan go and document her getting some clothes. Nothing like that has happened. This is it. And this was Tim making sure that he got his favor back. This was really not for Megan. He's trying to figure out, how can I get something up out of him because I don't work for free? What favor can I get back in return because I don't work for free? What y'all talking about, the service light? Well, is that the hunk of junk that y'all talking about? Said, hey sis, I watched your response to the Brown family farmhouse and I felt your frustration when comparing Tim and Mr. Brown. She needs to go back to work and regain her dignity. He won't get a job. She does need to go back into the workplace. Like, that was a huge part of her identity. And fooling around with Tim, she's losing herself. And that's really sad. The confident woman that we did see, the one that was baking a little bit better, was because she had her self identity. And she's lost in the sauce out there right now. But he's taken all control from her. So, again, I'm talking about Megan and Tim, but I'm still wanting this to be across the board for anybody in these type of situations where you allow yourself to get put into a position where it's hard for you to get out of it. You have no wiggle room because you have fooled around and let somebody pull the wool over your eyes. You sat still just long enough for him to pull an okey doke on you. Now she's out there looking like Boo Boo the Fool, like she don't know to go left or right. Like, I don't know what to tell her either. And he was not going to do anything for this person for free. I know you do hair. I'm coming down here with the knowledge that you do hair. My wife has been wanting to get her ends trimmed. Is there a way that we can work that out? But let me word it to where you're offering to do it and I didn't ask you to do it. Because if I ask you to do it, now I have to pay you. But if I bring it up and you volunteer, now we're exchanging services.
It was like a sad Saturday too, when I was like chilling, just sitting around, half asleep, taking naps, watching watching westerns all day. And he called, but I told him, man, no problem. I come down and jump you off and ride down in the rain. It's no problem.
That jump you off is irking me. So, I don't know why, but testimony of the story. Jump you off. This hair. Tim said he'll go down there and jump Alan off. And he said that that's maybe the second or third time he said it. But anyway, he's describing Alan calling him while he's comfortable at home. And he's like, yeah, man, I don't mind. I'll come. He's making a big deal of this because Tim extends nothing to anybody. His hand never does this and that he's extending something to somebody. He only takes. He does not give to anyone. So for Alan to need something, that's just running through his blood. Like, oh, God, somebody asked me for something. So, yeah, he was going to get it back. He was going to make sure he got that favor back. Yeah, I'm not letting you keep this, and you're not going to get to keep it long. So we're not watching Tim doing something for Megan. We're watching Tim be able to get something back because he felt like he gave something. He was not being a good neighbor. He couldn't wait. He went down there with it on his mind. You know, we knew he did hair. Premeditated. It's all premeditated. He's going down there knowing what he's about to approach this man with, but having to come at him sideways so that he don't see it coming. Yes, he acts just like he's still in prison. They messed him up. They messed him up real bad.
Megan's get. So let me get back in here and let y'all see.
Let me mute that. And so, let me see if it's. He's doing a very nice and detailed job with Megan's hair. But can you all see, like, then how long Megan's hair had gotten? You know, we all know during pregnancy when we're taking our prenatal vitamins that it helps our bodies, you know, and one of the main benefits is our hair and nails. So you can see how long her hair had gotten just from being pregnant with Benjamin. And now she has someone there who is making it even healthier by trimming her ends. Because, excuse me, when you trim the ends, it decreases the breakage at the ends of your hair. So you can actually see your hair grow. Because when you have split or damaged ends, your hair is constantly breaking going up the shaft. And those ends will come off. When you cut those. So what I'm talking about right here with how, you know, you keep up with the health of your hair, because it's been so long for Megan, I know her hair has to be in awful shape. And, you know, for any of us women that, you know, take care of our hair, we all can imagine what's going on up under that wig. People like to say that wigs are protective hairstyles, but they're not. And, you know, really the term protective hairstyle comes from when people were trying to grow their hair out from a relaxer to go natural without it breaking. So then you're saying you're trying to protect your hair as it goes through that process. Now that term is overly used, and if you slap something on top of your head, you just, oh, it's a protective hairstyle. But it protecting from what? What are you protecting it from? Like, when you use that term, it has to make sense. So Megan with this wig on her head is doing the exact opposite. It's not protecting anything. It's actually making it worse. And especially the way she's going about it. She doesn't put that wig on for the daytime and then take it off at night to keep it decent. She sleeps in it like it's her own hair. And then she does no type of maintenance to it, which at this point is shot. She can't. It's a wrap. But when it was still at that point, she did no maintenance to it to keep it up, which we'll see some of those, a few images of that later in the video. I'm gonna have to look in the comments and see what y'all are saying. Ends off. Now you can start to actually see your growth, because if you don't trim your ends, it's like it's canceling each other out. Your hair is growing, but because it's breaking at the ends, you never see the progress. It's just staying wherever it is. Now Megan's hair is clearly up to here, and back here, another hair service. So it's just pure breakage. So within a year's time, because Benjamin is almost a year, so he wasn't born yet. In a year's time, her hair has broken off at least a good, I'll say, 4 inches. So, oh, I lost it. Miss Constance said she let it go that far, and I do agree that Megan has sat there and let Tim do too much. No man, even though I know this is her husband, No man is going to talk me into quitting my job, when they had a conversation on camera in front of us going back and forth, and her stating that she did not want to teach her children, that she would not be a good fit for that. And he still talked her out of her job. She still let that happen after she told him that she did not want to do that. So she is 100% at fault just as well as him. My focus in this particular video though is Tim's selfishness across the board. So, we see it with Megan, but he also does it with his children. He's done it with the animals. He did it with his mom. His mom, in the last live I did, asked him for a spare battery and he wouldn't get it. She hinted about him going to get his chainsaw. He wouldn't do it. Like, he's selfish across the board. So I definitely agree. Megan sat there and she's just as much to blame as he is. But it's something going on within Tim that has him being this type of person, because he splurges and he shows us that he has some money. But the way that he spends it, it just makes you wonder, like, what is really going on out there? Like, you literally buy nothing for anybody else, and he is spending large amounts of money. Farming equipment, and your wife needs a bra. Those blue checkered shirts that the boys keep putting on, we don't want to see those no more. We tired of those shirts. That season for those shirts is up. So that's the point that I'm trying to make, because I just, every time I see Megan looking down and out, I don't want another female to be looking like that. If I can help it, if my voice can reach somebody and knock them upside the head and make them realize, dang, if I stay with this man, I'm gonna be in that same situation. Run, run right now, please run. From lack of TLC, lack of care, but also stress. But he is doing a very let me see. Yeah. And so he has the Marcel irons out. So she got a pressing. Sharon said everything he purchases for Megan. Excuse me. My eyes watering, my throat is scratchy. I'm not getting sick, but I think the dust or something got to me. Everything he says he's purchased for Megan is always 100% something for the farm, like those chicken coops. Yeah, and who would want that? I remember one Valentine's Day. It was probably like my second year being married, and me and my ex-husband. When you're young, just getting started out, we stayed in this wood frame house that the stove, the oven, and all that didn't work. So Valentine's Day, he bought me an electric skillet. Needless to say, he never bought me another gift like that again. But I had to make him understand, that's for the family. I might be the one in here cooking, but that's for the family. That electric skillet is not for me. That's not bringing me joy. Like, But Tim will buy that type of stuff and say that, yeah, he got that from Megan. He's a finance abuse. Yes, he is. That's the title of this live right here is financial abuse. And that's exactly what he is, a financial abuser. Yeah, he got me that electric skillet. I'm just like, I opened that box. He never bought me nothing crazy like that again. So to be talking about a chicken coop is a gift to me, you got me messed up. No, sir, it's not. It's not. That's not a gift to me. Not when you wanted that Sunday ticket and you got it. That's pure joy for you, right? That air rifle, that's pure joy for you. So, you know, I you can make that mistake one time, but then after that, don't make it no more because I'm gonna let you know that's not a gift, sir. You know, but anyway. Which is very good. Those last really long. Then he's going back in behind that and he's flat ironing it. So her hair's getting pretty straight, which is good. And it was needed. But I just wonder why she hasn't been able to have this happen again. You know, because it's clear that Tim does not want Megan outside of the gated area without a reason that he deems being important enough for her to get outside of the gate. But the same as he's doing right here, he could have come to them again. And if not him, someone else. I've been a mobile stylist my entire career. So even if I'm available inside of four walls, I'm also available to go to someone. And this is the perfect example of someone who would call you out. Maybe Ella Covington said Tim fell out with Sane because he had to pay him. Nothing to trade. Sane was a professional. So, you know, I've always wondered about what happened with that. So, you know, if that's true, then by all means, because what else am I here for? And I can't imagine showing up somewhere, giving you my expertise, and because you know me from back when, you expect for it to be pro bono. Yet again, this person right here gives nothing to anyone. You know, I brought up the fact that Sane went to help Grandma Lily, drove from however far it is to come and help her when they planted those grass seeds. And then I asked the question, would Tim do the same for Sane and his mom? Would he drive that far and would he volunteer his time like that? He's just a taker, a taker. So yeah, we're going to fall out about my money too because you tried it and they did some work down there. Set up a routine of, right, you know, every 4 6 weeks, 8 weeks, can you come out, give my wife a trim, shampoo, deep condition, just a full service of making sure that she keeps her hair healthy. So even if she's not curling it every day, she still has some type of routine that's keeping her hair on her head, as opposed to what we see now where it's breaking off and stressing out and all of her progress is gone now. So that was my main part about this, and I could go on and on about it, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna move to the next part of it. It just it hit home, you know, to see that. It said he slowed down. He took her to the movies with that wig on. Did they release a video showing them going to the movies? If so, I missed it. Did they put out a video going to the movies? Even if they didn't, we know she had that wig on, so you're absolutely correct. And that's what bothers me, because you will see that because he knows how to cut the boys' hair for free, I guess it's the only reason that they get haircuts. So if they had a little girl, oh, that little girl would be in so much trouble. Somebody calling me. Megan does not know how to do hair, so I would hate it if they had a little girl. But the boys get their hair cut for free because threw my train of thought off. Can y'all hear me? The boys get their hair cut for free because Tim knows how to, but Megan doesn't know how to do hair, and we can tell from the hairstyles that we've seen her wear. Okay, y'all can hear me. Cool. Yeah, somebody called me like I'm in doing something. My phone be dry these days. Like I be trying to you know, duck drama. I don't like drama, so my phone don't ring as much as it used to, and they would call it a bad time. When I first watched this, I'm thinking, oh, he's getting her hair done before she goes and has Benjamin. And then when I go back and watch it, I see the same pattern. I don't see what I saw the first time because now I see his pattern. I wasn't introduced to that up front. Up front, giving everybody the benefit of the doubt until you start paying attention. And like I said, when you see, you can't unsee it. So, had that person not needed to be pulled out of that ditch, she still wouldn't have gotten her hair done before she went to have bed. Said, where is it at? I lost it again. I guess the chat moved, but I think it was Miss Constance that said Megan doesn't have. Are you saying like personal, like feminine hygiene products and stuff? I don't think she does either. I don't think that, like when Tim went in that bathroom the other day, I was looking at that bathroom to see if I saw any signs of a female being in that bathroom, and I didn't. Nothing suggested that it would be a woman in that bathroom. So, I just wonder so many things about how she's able to take care of herself. And she has become accustomed to this lifestyle because she's out there with her husband. But they went from living in a house that had running water to being out there in that little camper. And, Megan is following in behind Tim. They got that running joke, my man, my man, my man. But that's how she was in behind Tim. And he got her out there with no running water, but she got to be at work. And it just used to like run through me. Like, you're about to go and sit around other people in an office in a controlled environment. And I'm not sure if you smell okay. And I think that that's a genuine concern when you're staying in a little stale camper that could possibly smell like mildew. You don't have any running water, so are you taking a shower somewhere? Are you taking bird baths? Like, what's going on? What do your clothes smell like outside? Were you able to wash those clothes and make them smell nice before you put them back on to go to work again? I had so many questions. You got the porta potty that's right over there next to the boys' heads. Like, all those things used to bother me so bad. But anything dealing with feminine hygiene got to me back then. And now they're in a house and I still don't see signs of a woman being in there. It's just, does she get to go to the store and get the things that she needs? Not wants, needs. Does he allow his wife to have money to go and get what she needs without permission? Tim will run into town to get stuff for his projects, and we don't know what else he spends money on while he's gone. But he doesn't have to ask somebody for permission to spend that money either. So, again, this is about financial abuse. And even though I'm talking about Tim, I am relating this to anybody that could be in this situation where you have somebody that is controlling your every penny. And then what are you allowed to do? I can remember moving from one city to another city, and my ex-husband had just gotten a really good job. So when we moved, I'm starting over, having to rebuild a hair clientele. So he was like, you don't even have to work no more. And I looked like, yeah, I do. Yes, I do. Because first of all, I love doing hair. Doing hair is like a ministry to me. And so I needed to be in my calling. But then also, there was a financial benefit to it as well. Like, I'm glad that you're able to pay for everything even better than before. But no, I still need my own. It's a lot of things that go with, you having your own. Not saying own like everything we do in the house is separate, but you just get a gratification from going out there and earning wages yourself, you know? And Megan was the one that did that for their family for years. So we're seeing her in a new chapter of her life where that part of her identity has been taken, period. So she's a mother for the fourth time and getting her job taken. She's got cut off from the world and she cannot leave that property. But we're going to stick to the financial abuse part of it. See what y'all talking about.
That I know is a fact because he's saying the only reason was because he asked him. She's been talking about it, but he had not made any type of moves on finding someone. But in conversation, since I'm here with you, I'll just ask. And then it's even weirder that Megan needs her hair done, but he's going to be the one to find someone for her, as opposed to her going and finding someone. Like, I've been licensed for 23 years, and in my years of doing hair, I may have had 2 husbands.
Some of y'all stuff I can't read, but okay, Long Hair Don't Care says he has a very selfish soul. He does. Very selfish. And that's part of what I'm focused on for this particular video, is the selfishness in him that in turn hurts his family. Me, me, me. You know, I'm always teasing about her cheerleading, but that's just another dynamic to him being selfish. It has to be about me. I'm not going to think about what you were possibly doing in the house. I'm not going to think if the boys were actually learning something and I cut their lesson in half. Somebody got to come out here and cheerlead for me and make me feel good. I need company. You know, I really don't want to do this job. Come out here and pump me up. Get the camera and make the audience believe that, you know, this is the best thing since sliced bread. Like, he is very selfish. And then when you start talking about the essentials that your family needs and he doesn't even meet that, Tim and Megan didn't start making their house look like a home until Grandma Lily started moving into her place and making it look like a home. Before that, they were just fine with being in that house and having bare minimum. But let's go on.
Schedule for their wives. And when they did, it felt awkward. It was very controlling. And one went so far as to come in and make sure he liked her hair before he paid. And you can just see the control, you know, with the women. You can see it, and then you can feel it in their mannerisms.
So Megan got a new vacuum sealer and a toilet. So the vacuum sealer, he's gonna make her use it because it's in the kitchen, but that's possibly to independently seal the meat that they may keep in the freezer and they may let other people purchase. We don't know. Which I know you're being funny, but I'm just saying. And then a new toilet. Like I said, I feel like an emergency situation made him have to get that toilet because he had already cut that panel out in the wall in the bedroom, like he had to get to the plumbing in an emergency situation. And then Tim uses that bathroom more than Megan does, so he needed a toilet. But yes, he did say that he got those things for Megan, and we know that that toilet was for him. And he it was such an emergency he didn't even film it, and that's how you know that's how rushed he was, because he was like, I didn't even get it on film. Yeah, because we know, like, don't play with that water. If that water running everywhere, you got to get to that right then. So no, he couldn't film that. Let me see.
And when their husband is not there, they're just like woosah, relaxed, talking, enjoying conversation, shop talk. And then when their husbands come back, it's, you know, tighten up.
Says Tim's game is to make the wife and kids look homely so he can get donations and gifts. In one of his videos, he said, "We're playing a game. Can the subscribers buy buy it before I do?" I remember that. Can they buy it before I do? And then he set up there bragging, talking about he was actually able to buy something before the subscribers, which I think was some cowboy hats, wasn't it? Um, which he probably got that money from a subscriber. But anyway, I do remember him doing that. But the crazy thing is that Tim will want people to send things, but then will not allow for them to use them. Because, again, I remember Megan opening bukus of things that were for their kitchen and new things for their house. And a lot of that stuff, you never saw it again. Some you did, a lot of it you didn't. So it's odd to me that he's such a begging person, but he still would not allow for his wife to utilize everything, which I think is just another form of him being selfish. Because also in one of those videos, I remember he made a statement saying, like, basically saying everybody was getting something in the mail but him. He was in his feelings about that. And then I think somebody finally sent him some shoes or something. And then, like, I finally got something. Yeah, that's Tim.
And it's sad, but I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it, and here it is again for us all to see. And her hair is beautiful. It looks healthy. It looks full. Now, the hairstyle he gave her is the one that I was doing when I first got my license. But nonetheless, it's beautiful. It just is dating him and letting me know when he got his license as well. So whatever school he's in, it can't be hair school because he already knows how to do hair. So he's in school for something else. That's every bit of Mary J. Was it Rainy Days? It's just those rainy days. That hairstyle. But I love it. She looks beautiful. She's smiling.
Say Tim got a flea market somewhere. It's funny because I was watching one of their videos earlier today that I took a clip from that's going to show here in a minute, where they were showing that little, I can't remember what they called it now, but they had all the clothes and stuff hanging in there that they used to let people come and get, the used clothes. He might have something like that set up somewhere. A con artist always knows how to get out there and scam somebody out of something.
She's happy to be getting pampered. She deserves to be getting pampered. Her hair definitely needed it. But it hadn't happened since. It has not happened.
Say why he says, is that why he says he has a business? Because he's selling stuff. Possibly that selling whatever is sent in, and then that meat that he don't want nobody to know about.
Happened since.
We wear those, they probably, why they wear them black things on their hair, on their head, the do-rags, the wave caps. It's like, and so I had to teach her about why,
Her hair did look good right here. The hairstyle, like I said, is a little dated, but it still looks nice. And he curled it. He got it straight. It's shiny, has body, so she still could have combed it and made it, do different things, but it has a good foundation there. But he made sure, like, he touched every piece of her head and made sure that it was the way it was supposed to be. He got her roots straight, because Megan was all natural right here. He got her roots straight. It looked like she got a relaxer right now. And just, gave her some TLC. This is literally the only time that we've seen anything like this. They'll take the boys out and treat them to different things. Tim, of course, always treats himself. Tim never treats his wife to anything. This was it. And we really This is not Tim treating Megan to anything. Alan treated Megan to this hairstyle. Alan did this for Megan. Tim still didn't do anything for his wife. He made sure he was not going to have to pay for it. So this is Alan gifting to Megan. This is Alan giving to Megan. Tim still didn't do nothing.
Black men put on do-rags. Right. That's how you get your hair to lay down, because your hair is already curly.
He's talking about white people not understanding
but you lay it down, and
why we do some of the things we do with our hair.
Waves. And a lot of people, watching our channel might not understand, what it takes for a black woman to get her hair to look like this, that process of straightening it out and all those type of things. But
her hair looks beautiful.
Yeah, it looks good. Mm-hmm. This is a beautiful opportunity to teach people about different cultures, because people talk about our boys and being homeschooled.
He's pretending like this is a teachable moment when in actuality, he's just getting his favor back.
Yeah, I could see him having a marketplace before a eBay. And, he does still have a Facebook presence. And we do know that Tim is a professional when it comes to having multiple accounts. So he could possibly have a Facebook marketplace under an alias and, be selling stuff that way. But I would see him doing marketplace before eBay. And that's only because I think eBay is a little too sophisticated for him. Not for Megan, but it's a little too sophisticated for him.
Call it what you want to for the sake of filming, but really you just got your favor back. And we're seeing, in real time, you get your favor back. You didn't have to wait and, cash it in a few months or in a year or whatever.
Said Tim has worried Megan's hair out. I believe that he has. We can see the stress on her. Bills can stress your hair out. When you living with somebody that's constantly irritable, yeah. And then that wig is rubbing out what he didn't make, break, and shed. Like, she probably needs a good set of clippers to her head right now. She loves natural hair, and I don't see anything wrong with her wearing it natural. But something needs to change. I know that.
It was instant. I came down here and pulled you out. My wife needs her hair done before she has her baby. I need you to come down there and do that before she has it, not after. I don't want to fool around and forget about it and not get my favor back. This is not a teachable moment. This is taking advantage of me getting my favor back. I might as well make it to be footage as well.
He shopped for those old vehicles on Marketplace. Exactly. And you can tell a Marketplace find when you see one, because I love Facebook Marketplace. I've sold a lot of things on there, and I've found a lot of things on there. I love to find decorative things. But I do have like a Cricut, the thing that prints out stuff that you can put on t-shirts and stuff. And the version that I got, I had to get an adapter to go to make it Bluetooth adaptable so that I could control it with my iPad. And I got that off Marketplace. So I was living in Oklahoma at the time. This was during COVID. And ordered it from California, and they sent it from me. But I love Facebook Marketplace. So, yeah, I believe that he got those vehicles off of there too. Yeah, that looks like a Facebook Marketplace find.
And about being socialized. And I don't think they really understand, like, in the things that we've done with ministry, our kids have been around, like, let's just name some of the nationalities. Our kids have, like, met and been around.
All over.
Chinese,
African,
Philippines. We know missionaries from Turkey.
Yeah.
It says, how many comments was Megan getting on that video? Maybe that's the reason why he don't want her to get her hair done anymore, because she was getting too many good compliments. I used to feel like Tim would take that camera from Megan because of that. Tim would get fussed at so often about being himself, and then Megan would get kudos, and he would get upset about that. He felt some type of way about that. So he took that camera from Megan, and then he did the same thing to his mom. He always wants all the attention to be on him. So it's very possible that, because she got compliments. You know, first of all, she's pregnant. Everybody is oohing and eyeing over, oh, she's about to have the baby. And then you finally get to see something for her. So, yeah, she got a lot of positive comments about that. And I'm sure it made him feel some type of way because that's who he is. You wonder if, what? Wonder if Macon still thinks this is who God meant for her. In my opinion, I don't think so. Just my opinion, you know. Possibly she does, but in my opinion, I don't think so. That video that you pointed out where she's walking out, side eyeing him, mad and looking crazy. Yeah, you don't get those type of looks when you feel like that man is heaven sent. So yeah, I don't think she still feel that way anymore. She might say it, but
you know, white, black, you know, Asian. Yeah, you gotta be able to see that. Yes.
And I don't know why he's bringing up the nationalities that their children have been around, because that's common in America. It's a melting pot of all of who he just named. And if they were in school, they would be getting that. If you
It is given The Color Purple, and The Color Purple is one of my favorite movies of all times. And, you know, that whole movie is about oppression. Oppression, and not, it's just oppression. Just the whole movie is about oppression on whatever level you want it to be on. And it's definitely giving a mirror image. I agree with you.
So it's we all went to school together. Since the schools were desegregated, we've all gone to school together, all nationalities. And then they've had foreign exchange students come for since the beginning of time. So we've all mingled with different races and cultures. That's not no.
Sadie said, yeah, because that day her eyes were bullets, boy. They were straight bullets. Like, you could cut that tension with a knife. And, you know, so, you could be watching different things that's going on and miss certain things, but I know everybody had to have caught that. There's no denying it. She could not adjust her mood. What does it say? Those children can't even hold a cognitive conversation. They can't, and that worries me. And if you go back and look at some of their earlier videos where they still talk like babies, they had better conversation then. But Tim was not scripting them yet. So you can hear the children saying what they would naturally say, and they almost still sound the same way. They do not have intelligent conversations. I can remember the very first hair salon that I ever worked in. The lady that I was renting a booth from had a granddaughter, and the little girl was like 1.5. Very smart though. And so I would do her hair. And while she's sitting in the chair, she would just be the whole time. She talked as much as Tim, but she's very, very bright. And it would have to dawn on me that I'm talking to a little kid. You know, after the conversation has gone for a while, I just be like, I'm talking to a kid. So you know that there are children who have sophisticated conversations. I have a nephew that came out the womb talking like a professor. It's like overly smart. But the boys we just don't see it, and it's sad. And then Megan keeps talking about this new school year. Like, this is the second time that I can remember her talking about the new school season and the great things that's going to happen. And then when the school season starts, it looks like the last one. You know, from whatever they're doing in the classroom to how the boys appear with their knowledge a year later. So, yeah, I agree with that.
Worthy, only except because they're now on this compound and no one can get off the compound, so let's let them know that they have interacted with other people. We do it every day, Tim.
Tim is so envious and jealous of Megan to the point he won't allow her to frame her degree. She was a missionary and traveled various places while he was locked up. Yeah, that's another level of how he has broken her down. Like, he does not want her to remember who she is either. He feels some type of way about it, but he also wants her to forget who she is. And so keeping those pictures locked up, you can't look at them. There's no self-identity. You can't pull from nothing because I'm taking everything from you and I'm going to create a new reality.
We do. We do it every day.
See what you think. Now look at the back. He said he wants you to look at the back.
Okay.
Got a little mirror in that thing. A little barber mirror.
My 8-year-old grandson talked my sister-in-law and brother into a summer vacation in Texas at their house next summer in 10 minutes flat. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, there are some very bright kids out there. And I'm not saying that the boys are not bright, but we all know that their education is stunted. And their parents are not giving them a fair shot. Tim was just in this video having Megan to brag about the different races that the kids had been around like that was a flex. And so I don't know if y'all heard me say, but you know, we do that on a daily basis. If you go to work, if you go to the grocery store, if you're in school, like, that's how we live in America, is being around all races. And when you have to point stuff out like that, that's what makes it so scary for those of us on the outside looking in, knowing that those are the only people teaching the children. That's their only influence. You're a little late, but it's okay. We're still here. I'm going to go back through some of these comments and let some more play.
Is a trusted barber. Exactly. He's broken so many, you just gotta get some tape. Tape it up. With painter's tape. That's the key. Oh yeah, that's good. That looks really good. I love it. I use it on my shit. Looks good, Al. Sure do appreciate it.
He stopped Godcast because Meg was schooling him. Yeah, she was, and as she should have been. And that's what I expect to see more of, because like I said, they have a huge platform, and it's a disservice to be saying just anything to people, and for people that actually believe you, now you're teaching them wrong. And that's across the board. So if it's him taking the support from under the thresholds, if it's Megan in that classroom doing whatever she's doing, like, they're doing a disservice to people who don't know any better. So yeah, he definitely got rid of that Godcast because that's not his calling in life. I saved a video that I'm going to cover. It's an older video, but I'm going to cover it, and it's kind of dealing with that subject right there. Whew.
Said as it gets longer, she'll be able to wear it in different styles. Oh, Alan, your work was in vain. All of their beautiful work was in vain. It did not get longer. You know what? I take that back because yes, it did. I did see her hair get a little longer. So it benefited from what he just did, which was trimming her ends. But it just didn't last long. And, you know, eventually I'll run across the video where her hair was longer. Um, because I made a mental note of it, like, oh, look at Megan's hair growing. But it didn't last long, and now his work was in vain.
That's all right, y'all. But yeah, like I was saying, I just the Lord was ministering to me about as I was recording about like, cause I was like, man, this is we couldn't Megan get her hair done on the channel. But I was thinking about just that cultural aspect of showing our life and bringing y'all in behind closed doors.
So now he's making up stuff saying he was thinking about bringing in the cultural aspect when we know, again, Tim was just getting a free favor from Alan to make up for going down there to help him, and then giving Megan what she's been asking for. That's what he said. She's been asking for that. Well, you can get it now because I found somebody that'll do it for free. That's the only way you were going to get it. And then he'll come here, so I don't have to worry about letting you go somewhere by yourself, unattended, and I can't see what you're doing.
Because some people might not know why a black man puts on a wave cap, to get, they don't know how we get those waves and little circles in our hair. And some people might not know, what it takes for a black woman, to get her hair like nice and curly and lush. And
so the only thing with that conversation he's having about people not knowing how black men get waves is that, the first time that I listened to this, you take it at face value. But when I listen to it now, it's more like, does Tim, is he saying that the majority of his audience, or he feels like the majority of his audience is Caucasian? Yet and still, a lot of people that are doing reactions to Tim are not. I know he has all races watching him. He has too many subscribers not to. But the way that his conversations go is like he has to teach the people that watch him about how they live. That's just the way I took it.
what that process is like. So it's a beautiful thing, and I'm glad that we can be a part of bringing you all along to help you all understand different cultures. And that's why we watch YouTube. We watch different channels from different cultures so that we can learn their culture. So that way, when we get around each other in real life, we're not like weird and not like, or we don't say things that offend the next person. You know what I'm saying? So I love it. Yeah. But I know Megan and Adam are gonna talk a little bit more. And then
You need to.
It said Meg sat on the Godcast and sang the African hymn. Tim looked furious. Oh Lord, I song and don't want to because it was stuck in my head for about a month, and I was furious about that song being stuck in my head. And I remember this is when Endgame was still doing his reactions, and he covered that video. I was just like, oh God, that's the last thing that I needed was that song to get stuck in my head. So he probably did get irritated, but he also kept it going because he just like kept getting her to like do different verses of it. The song, it wore me out. I was just like, and then the way that Tim was presenting that song, it's like he was saying like they were ushering in the spirit. And I'm like, how? How y'all, you singing, you're, yeah, y'all singing, but I don't know how he, felt like they were ushering in the spirit, but that was their devotion nonetheless. That song wore me out though. I'm not gonna lie. Um, let's see. You say Megan would have handled Tim better if she was a sister. I don't understand how she cowers down so much, but she did used to speak up a lot more years ago. He had to have done a number on her mind for her to not speak up anymore, because she used to. But you could tell that he would get upset when she would, like if when she would think the opposite of him and say it out loud. He didn't like that. Um, and his main thing is like if she says something and he doesn't agree with it because it's making him look bad, he'll just be like, "Oh yeah," but he won't address it no more. He's moving on to the next thing. Like when they were talking about that access door for the crawl space, and she pointed out the same thing that was right there in front of those pipes and stuff. He just said, "Oh yeah," he didn't want to address it. But she's telling you putting it in a stupid spot. So
be mindful of dealing with the people whose egos are stroked by breaking your character and breaking your worth and breaking your self-esteem.
So she said, be careful about the people who are willing to break your character and your self-esteem. So y'all saw the first two pictures, but this is a picture of Megan, Tim, and Junior. But you know, we can see that Megan is wearing a similar hairstyle right here as to what she's wearing now. But if y'all can tell through the, because it don't look that good, but she looks like she's slightly done up, like she has on a little bit of makeup. Megan used to put on earrings. She's never been like overly dressed up, but she would fix up. She cared about how she looked. And you know, when you get married and you start having kids, you can stop caring a little about your appearance because you have so much going on. But you don't fall off and become a whole different person unless you have to. So I'm going to go back to these other two pictures real quick.
And breaking your self-esteem.
Okay, so this picture right here, we can see that this was Megan's go-to hairstyle. So we've seen her wear this in the past, but the part around the outside looks a little more fluffy than more current years because her hair was taken care of better. So her hair is longer. So her little puff is fuller. But this is somebody that cares about themselves. So to me, she's still being true to who we know she is. She's, you could say a plain Jane, but she still cared. She still fixed herself up. This is a go-to hairstyle for a person that does not do hair. I don't do hair. I don't know how to do my own hair, but I still want to look put together. Right here. This was my daughter's go-to hairstyle for years. She didn't know how to do her hair. She didn't want to learn how to do her hair. She put a headband on it, wear it naturally curly, and she gone about her business. But this person cares about how they look. Because I've had people get in the comments before saying like, you know, well, maybe she just don't like to, you know, fix up too much. It's not about makeup. It's not about eyelashes like I like to wear. But this person looks completely different than the one that we see now. This is a person that will get up in the morning, take out the time to wash their face, brush their teeth, have a thought go through their mind, look in the mirror, do something about her hair, and she looks presentable. The person that we see now, she does not. Let's go to the next picture. Now, I know y'all remember this picture from it being in the ones that are out there in the shed shack now. But this picture is her standing beside a house, and She has on a little bit more makeup right here, but not really. It looks like she might have on some mascara, some lipstick, and maybe some foundation. I'm not even sure about that. But she has on some earrings and she curled her hair. She either curled it or rollers. Either way, she cared about how she looked right here, but it still is a very simple look. It's not over the top. It's not her going and getting braids or weave of any kind. It's her natural. This is a person that's able to go to the stylist, get her ends trimmed, get her hair shampooed, get a very simple style, but still look presentable. So if you have a husband that is controlling the finances to the point that you can't even get something this simple, that says a lot. Meanwhile, he keeps his hair cut. Now, I know he's been looking like Wolfman Jack here lately, but I feel like, that's because he was doing the skirting project. At any other time, Tim will make sure that he has his hair looking how he wants it to look. And he will keep his hair cut before his boy's hair. But for his wife, he won't allow for her to go and get something this simple. This style right here would not cost Megan a lot of money. This one or even the first one that I showed, it wouldn't cost her a lot of money for that type of maintenance. And he can't justify her spending this type of money. But he still has a truck that nobody has seen yet. That he dropped, we don't know. I'm going to say $15,000 on. I don't know how much Tim has dropped on that truck. But way more than her hairstyles could cost in 20 years. Simple, very simple, and he would not allow his wife this luxury that she used to do for herself. If this is who he married, she's still the same person. She didn't wake up one day and decide, you know what? I was just wasting money getting my hair done. Because it's not like she was going and getting a sew-in. And back in the day, this is probably a $45 hairstyle, if that, depending on where you live. And he can't see his way to giving his wife money for something this simple. Financial abuse. So then we have her standing in the kitchen like she was the other day, looking crazy. But why? Why does it have to be that way? So again, back to this picture. They're a young couple, but Megan cared about how she looked. She's presenting herself how she wants to be seen in the world. This is how Megan wants to be seen in the world, not what we're seeing right now. What we see right now is how her husband wants her to be seen in the world. But this is her being able to have her opinion about how she wants to present in the world and carrying it out. Now, of course, this is some type of, weave or whatever. But if it's the same as what she's wearing now, it's still very inexpensive. But the total look is completely different than the way she's presenting right now. Financial abuse. See what y'all saying? Yeah, Tim will make up any excuse not to spend money.
Man, why do you go for a woman who is insecure? Why do y'all do that? Because what I'm hearing as I'm listening to what y'all saying, there is a validation deficit. You need an insecure woman to make you feel secure. You need an insecure woman to validate an insecurity that you have. You came to my well of my water and you drained me to build you up. That ain't fair. We need to address that as well. Because why did you come to me? Why didn't you level up? Why didn't you go to a woman who could build you up outside of me? Matter of fact, why didn't you build yourself up enough for you to be able to find that woman, why did you have to come to me? If you saw that I was already depleted and I'm trying to work on myself and everything else, why did your butt come over here and bother me to begin with?
So, okay, this, there's some years in now, so they have Junior and Titus at this point. And Megan's hair is not as put together as in the other pictures, but she still has a head full of hair. So, again, Megan does not know how to do hair, but she still had hair on her head. Her hair is touching her shoulders. And if it's, bone straight, I'm sure it would be even, longer than that. But she still had hair on her head. The Megan that we had started seeing, her hair was barely right here after Alan did her hair. This is when it started breaking off because of all the foolishness going on out there. Before she put that wig on her head, before they went on vacation. So when they went on vacation, she had the what looked like the crochet hair. And then after that crochet hair started looking so bad, the wig came about, and it's been that wig ever since. But her hair was, a lot of people was teasing her. I think the going thing was what Frederick Douglass is what, they were saying about her hair. It was just eating off. But here she still had hair on her head. Her hair is free. She probably was still able to get her ends trimmed back then. Even though it don't look done right here, she probably was still able to go to the salon using the money that she earned and go and get her hair done. You say he looks sneaky? Let's see. See some of y'all's comments real quick. What's the other woman? That's the other woman right there. So these pictures, this is when they would like be going to farms and, getting stuff from people and all that. So they're on somebody else's property, and they just, all took a picture together. So I believe they're on her property. But yeah, they used to, always be out there doing this, gimme, gimme, gimme. So they are out there doing the same thing out here, I'm sure. Gimme, gimme, gimme. So that's who she is. Look how beautifully, where did it go? Full her face is. Yeah, she looks healthy. Like, you can see how small Titus is, so you know that she still has that baby weight on her. But her face is full. That's a real smile on her face. She has a head full of hair. Like, that's a healthy woman right there. This is before he starts breaking her down. That's a real smile, a genuine smile. What else are y'all saying? You say Holiday Heart is more like it. She has started the process of looking crazy. So, yeah. A lot of names was flying around. So, that was possibly one of them too. But I definitely know I saw Frederick Douglass. Let's see what else y'all said. Megan seems to have aged double since she's been with Tim. She does. She's aged a lot. He has taken her through a lot. Our mouths are open about what we see, so I can only imagine the stuff that we don't see. has stressed her hair off of her head, her weight off of her body, and, you know, got her out there acting like she's on medication sometimes. Like, yeah, taking her through there. That's why he don't want to get her hair done, because he knows she's a very attractive woman, and he don't want nobody to have that attention towards her, especially men. And that's, it's possible, you know, she, when she's fixed up, she is a beautiful woman, and I'm sure that his ego cannot handle that. But he has her locked up on the compound now, like can't nobody see Megan but Tim, and the sheep and the pigs and the birds that are left out there. Gideon, you know, he has no competition, which I don't see Megan being that type of person anyway. Um, but I'm sure his mind works like that. So this is them in the city before they sold the house. And this is Megan. Her hair is pulled back with a headband going around, and she has it kind of like pinned up. It's not in a French roll, but it's pinned back kind of like being in one. So this is still her being simple. Um, but she still does not look like she's been through the ringer. She's thicker in this video as well. Probably have, you know, just had another child, but she just don't look run over. Nothing is done to her hair, and she still looks presentable. Tim will not allow Megan to do anything for herself. And that it all comes with being able to afford just the barest of essentials for yourself. If you need some type of skincare, if you need hair grease, if you need bobby pins, or just whatever, you know, your hair can be all over your head, and you can pin it up and make yourself look presentable, you know, just like that. But if you don't have any bobby pins and he won't let you go buy any, then you no longer have that option. Like the things that we take for granted that we just have laying around the house, he has taken that right from her to be able to go get those things. And we just see her out there just looking worse with each video. Going from having on bras and looking, you know, shapely, to us trying to figure out, like, well, what's going on? Where are your undergarments at, Megan? Tim, why can't she go buy her some? Tim is in a new outfit these days. His new farm outfit. His new going to town jeans. Nothing for his wife. Financial abuse. So I hope nobody ever puts themselves in this situation. And if you look like you headed in this direction, please run. Please run. So another example of her just having her hair pulled back. They had not moved out to the farm yet. This is when they were having the groups come out there and do different things. My mascara running. Anyway, they were having the groups come out there. And so this is her on one of those days. So we can see very similar hairstyle, which we've, you know, seen her wear in the past. But she just don't look through. She even put on some earrings. Like she's trying to look cute. This is still Megan showing up how she wants to be seen to the best of her ability. She might not be able to afford the clothes that she would like to. She might having to be wearing hand-me-downs at this point in life, but she's still trying to go through those clothes, find what she likes that fits her style, her taste, and still trying to be put together to a certain extent. And that's not the Megan we see anymore. We don't see Megan in different blouses. We don't see Megan with earrings in her ear. Is she not allowed to buy a $5 pair of earrings? Is that something that he would say is not necessary after on the farm? What would she be wearing that for? She's not allowed to just want to feel feminine for the day. Everything has to be about homeschool and being in the kitchen and animals for her. Now, Tim's, his orbit is way different. He can be wanting some farm equipment one day, a hunk of junk the next day. Like, his mind is able to focus on other things. But for Megan, no, you can't want to feel like a woman today. You're going to feel like the school teacher. And when you finish with that, you're going to go in the kitchen and feel like the cook. Then I just got out of bed. I need you to go in there and make up the bed and feel like the maid. And, this is not sympathy for Megan. This is a man controlling a woman like this. This is anybody who would say they're a man of God and then actually treat your family like that. Treat your wife like that. Financial abuse. We're watching Megan in the same blouses over and over and over and over again for over a year. The same pants. The same cardigan. That same one cardigan. That same wig that is tired. It's like ready to lay its burden down. It's just like, I've had enough. And she have to just keep making it tick. Like, no, can't give up on me yet. Please go back to this. Like, go back to your natural. Let's see what y'all are saying before I move on. I remember when Megan used to look like a lady. Exactly. And I do too. And it's sad that before our eyes, she has turned into something different. And then Tim is trying to normalize it. Then he will have people in your comments normalizing it. Like they don't see it. Like she's asking for too much. Or like we're all weird for expecting better. And it's just bare essentials. The same thing that they would do at home. Get up, wash your face, brush your teeth, have some feminine products around, be able to choose from a couple of different outfits, not the ones that are in heavy rotation. Just simple things. Yet and still, this man just went and purchased a truck and is dropping a lot of money on it. We're not talking about people who are financially strapped. They have the money to do these things now, and he won't allow it. I feel that hair is non-existent now, unfortunately. It's probably in the state where it needs to be a pixie, but anything is better than nothing right now because that wig needs to go. This is their legacy that they're putting out there, and this is how he wants his wife to go down in history. Meanwhile, he's showing himself spending extreme amounts of money on everything he wants, and he can't fathom that maybe he could give his wife, let's say $100 bill and let her go and do what she wanted to do with it. She need more than that, but we'll just start with $100. What lesson is Tim showing the boys whenever they're old enough to date? Exactly. He's showing them the same lesson that they got when she was in the hospital and they didn't ask how she was doing. Like, you know, every social cue that they get come from their parents, and that's what they're learning. To disrespect her, to not let her get any rest, to demean her, to laugh and joke at her, make her be the butt of everybody's jokes, to take that woman out and let her watch you spend money on yourself. That's what they learning. I was a Meg for 18 years and he never beat me. All psychological. A good narcissist doesn't use physical abuse. I mean, a pro. Yeah, it doesn't have to be physical. And, you know, people say that verbal and psychological abuse is far worse than physical abuse. Like, you know, I don't know if that's true or not, but, you know, I think they say it's because you suffer in silence a lot longer. But yes, you never have to put your hands on anybody to abuse them. And I think that anybody could agree that we see financial abuse out there. And I would love for his subscribers, because I know somebody's going to be upset, to name the things that he got from Megan that had nothing to do with a chicken coop or freezing a bird. Like, name something that was for her personally. I would love for them to do that. I would love for them to reference the video that they watched where they just oohed and awed over how nice he treated his wife. The freedom that he gave her. I would just love for them to say, you know, that's what I enjoy about them. Because people love to be like, well, why are you talking about this couple? Do you not see it? Like, this is a happy woman right here. Do you think she looks the same? Have you seen her in different blouses? That's it. Maybe she want to look like that. History says she doesn't. History says she liked changing clothes. History says she liked taking care of her appearance. That's what history shows. Before her husband controlled the finances, history shows a whole different side of Megan. Not the one that they like, the picture that they like to paint of her. So right here, she's pregnant with Benjamin, and this is when Sane and his crew are out there working. This is that day. So I'm just showing, you know, this Megan still had her job. She's actually coming in from her job right now. This Megan was still working, so she still had an identity. So she's looking a little worn down because, you know, the living situation is not all that, but she's still somewhat put together. She's still, like, this outfit she had on did not look the world's best on her, and it did not fit her good. But this is Megan, who has recently let everybody know she's pregnant. And so now she's putting on what she can fit instead of going and buying maternity clothes. Because, you know, they had played like she was not pregnant forever. Right now she's talking about feeling nauseous. And he was like, said something about pretending, not having to pretend like she wasn't pregnant, and he called himself. It's like, well, not like you was hiding it. No, you said what y'all were doing, and we all know y'all were hiding it. But my point is just still, okay, so you can see her hair. She was able to still pull it back into a low ponytail, which means she still had some links to her hair back then. So this is before Alan did her hair. Alan did her hair right before she went into the hospital. Right here, she's still not, you know, that far along. She's, you know, I think about 6 months right here. But she still had hair on her head. It hadn't been worried out yet. She's still trying to keep herself together. Now, Tim has not given her any money and allowed for her to go shopping for herself. These clothes she have on are probably either some that subscribers sent to her, or she had to go to Goodwill or something. Like, I don't know. Thinking the same thing did Tim argument destroy her. Let's see what this says. Wonder what happened to all her clothes. I asked that like a couple of videos ago. It was the video where she was on the back of that trailer with him and they were unloading it so that they could go pick up furniture. And she, was dressed nicely. Like her outfit was cute. And I'm like, well, where are those clothes at? But we saw them take those clothes out of the rafters, and I think a lot of stuff ended up like that, getting put in those rafters and getting mildewed and stuff, and then you can't wear them anymore. That's the only thing I can think of that makes sense. Or also, the other day, because we had talked about the washer and dryer in the house, and I remember somebody saying before that the washing machine was messed up. So then, Tim comes with the next episode with them all of a sudden going into this laundry room that nobody has seen in over a year, showing the dryer turning. But he didn't show that washing machine working. So we still don't know if they can wash clothes. You can throw anything in the dryer and make it look like it's working. But I still don't know. I don't know if the washing machine works or not. But yeah, I think that they had a lot of clothes outside and the elements got to it and they couldn't wear them no more. It just ruined a lot of stuff because she used to look a lot better than she does now. And for all we know, he made her throw her clothes away. Like, you don't need them no more. You don't have to go back to that job. It made her get rid of them. Something evil happened to him. Nothing willingly. Something evil happened to her clothes. That's what I think. You say you're watching on TV and commenting on your phone. You might be out of sync. It's possible. And then I don't know if I'm glitching or not. I saw it slowing down earlier, so I turned the Wi-Fi on. I was a prisoner. No family or friends. Only went where he took me, including shopping and the salon. See, this is what I'm talking about right here. Ella Covington says, I was a prisoner. No family or friends. Only went where he took me, including shopping and the salon. And this is why I wanted to do this, is because, if Megan stays out there being silly for the rest of her days, then that's what Megan will do. But who could be helped to not be this person? Because we know that there are a lot of people that end up being in these situations that want out. They don't want to be living like that. They're trapped, but they want out. She may want out and never do anything about it. But we do know people that don't want to be in that situation. And to watch Tim do the things that he does, it infuriates me to no end, because it's just like, you feel helpless. Like, nobody should be treated like that. And I'm not just talking about Megan, I'm talking about the boys as well. Nobody should be treated like that when you know that they have the means to not be treated like that. He's bragging about the things he's spending on that truck, and his children need things. There are things that those boys could have that would make life for them so much easier, and Tim can only think about himself. So yes, for you to say that he took you shopping and to the salon, ooh, I cannot imagine. But you did get out of that situation, right, Ella? I was watching another reaction channel, and they showed a video of him before saying he used to be possessed by demons or something like that. Did you see him saying that before? I can't remember if he said possessed by demons, but I do remember him talking about how did he word it? I think he just said anger issues, if I'm not mistaken. He said he had anger issues, and that he got counseling, I think, from his spiritual what do you call it? Spiritual advisor or something like that. But he talked about how he said he put hands on Megan, but it was gently. He said gently picked her up. He gently did it. But then he had also, I think, mentioned putting a hole in the wall before. So I don't know if he said demons. If y'all remember him saying that, you know, then maybe. But I don't remember him saying demons. But he did say he had anger issues. He definitely said that. He said it. He talked about that a couple of different times. If either Meg breaks away and starts over and creates a channel, I will subscribe. I will watch, and Miss Lily, yes, and Miss Lily's channel too. I will watch both of them, and uh, it, I would love to see that because again, Megan and the boys are the show anyway, and you know Tim gives everybody something to talk about, but I would rather see a healed family than to have anything to talk about with them. Well, with him. He said he would black out and really didn't know what he did. Sounds like drugs and alcohol. He said he was possessed by a demon. Okay, yeah, if y'all remember him saying it, I can't really remember, but I just, you know, I do remember him saying the anger issue part. um, he said he was demon possessed. Let me see. I know I done missed some of y'all's messages up here. Let me go back up. Uh, I'm gonna let some more of this play too. I think it's a prop the way she looks, but won't do it to himself though. Yeah, um, I've seen a couple of y'all say that he has her and the boys looking like that, you know, for sympathy. But, you know, I could see that too, him, you know, trying to weigh on people's heartstrings. Um, but he's also cheap and evil because he does not mind showing people he has money when he's spending it on himself. And there's no way that you can be out there bragging about a $20,000 payday and then pretend like you still don't have money. So, yeah, he has money for his heart's desires. He's only broke when it comes to Megan and her boys, cause Tim don't buy those children anything either.
Any man who wants to tear down a woman to feel like a man has already lost everything he's trying to prove. You see that action? It doesn't require any form of maturity. It makes him look very insecure and him himself look like a woman. Listen, if the only way you can feel important is by making somebody feel insignificant, you're nothing but a coward and you don't have any respect for yourself.
That's what I'm saying, y'all. My mind was just so messed up.
So say if you have to do all that, you're a coward. If you have to break a woman down to make yourself feel good, you're nothing but a coward. Then I put that little clip in there where Megan said her mind was just so messed up because she's giving that testimony, but that point right there was where he was messing her mind up, having her out there talking like she was just this horrible person because she wasn't doing things that he wanted, that he said they should be doing. So this right here is, first of all, Megan with undergarments on. So we see that at this point she still was wearing a bra. It has since then come up missing. Same blouse, but she's still wearing a bra right here. So it's been within this last, few months that she doesn't wear them anymore. But this is where she first started wearing that wig too. This is that time period where it was fresh still. So this is after their vacation, but that wig had not been worn out yet. So we can see before she got it installed real good, she used to, keep that headband over it, but she was wearing it. So this is, I want to say, kind of like peer pressure. I don't know if it was from Megan or Tim, but this was the Frederick Douglass era. So then here comes the wig. So another video of still the wig, but this is before it starts looking like it looks now. So it still has this curl pattern. It's not, all out of place. And she was wearing a headband over this part right here because I think Alan helped her install it when it really looked good. Megan didn't know how to install it, so she was just, making it do what it do. But this is still new right here. She still has not worn it out. So this is somebody who is still trying to keep themselves put together to the best of her ability. So her husband still is controlling the money, but he finally let her get a hairpiece. So she's trying to, you know, present the best version of herself that she can. And she don't look still worn down like she does right now. This time period, she's starting to wear the same clothes over and over and over again, but she's still trying to put herself together. Let me see what y'all are saying. Part of his master manipulation at its realest mind control to compensate his greed and scamming. Yes. Heard he got that scar on his head in prison for snitching, and Miss Lily got him moved. Really? Okay. Uh, Staaycation Reacts. Oh, congratulations at reaching 19,000. 1900, Lord, 19,000. I wish. 1900. If you're here, please subscribe. Oh, that's so sweet. Yes, if y'all are here and you have not subscribed, then please go over and subscribe. But thank you all who have helped me make it to 1900 subscribers. I really appreciate all of you. I do forget to bring these things up, but y'all are good at reminding me, so thank you. Hit like and subscribe if you have not done that. And again, thank you for the congratulations. The wig seems to be a combination of dreadlocks, curly finger wave, and perm. Yeah, that wig got a lot going on these days. And it definitely got dreadlocks in it. Multiple. And they're mainly like in the back area, so I guess it's catching the friction from down on it. I can't imagine. Like, look, I'm gonna show y'all this real quick. I have a lot of different hair pieces. I don't really wear weave as much as I used to, mainly because of hot flashes. But I have some hairstyles in this sack right here. Can y'all see, like, some of my crochet hair. This is all, it might be a red wig in here, but this is all of my blonde hair right here. Just, it's like 5 or 6 different hairstyles in this bag right here. I used to keep them in a cuter bag. I don't know what I did with the bag, but I couldn't find my bag no more. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. What is it? LBYS for MR? I think that's what I saw. Thank you for the super chat. And I think that I did pin my what do you call it? My Cash App. I'm trying to open my bag and show y'all. But you know, you be having stuff on hand because you just, do different things to your hair. And so for Megan to just, that be her only option. And I feel bad because I've had clients sit in my chair that literally know nothing about hair, like they're clueless. So when they sit down, my service is necessary because otherwise they just, wouldn't know what to do with themselves. So yeah, I'm not gonna go through this whole bag. I was just gonna let y'all see. Like, I got options in here. I got Marley hair in here. I got crochet hair in here. I got braid hair. I got wigs. Like, this is one of my little pixie wigs. Like, I'm gonna find a better bag for them. I don't know what happened to my other one, but that's how I see women. I know women that have their wigs on the wig heads lined up in their closet, and you just get into fixing up. It says, love the color of your hair, it really suits you. Thank you. I went blonde because I'm gray, and I was tired of wearing the gray. So it's just like when the gray starts coming in, it kind of camouflages. So like, I'm due for a haircut. I'm in a hair color right now. So my edges look very thin right here because that's gray. That's my new growth. You can see it real good right there. So that's what made me do the blonde. Was I was so tired of coloring my hair. Like if I was red or any other color, I would have to color it more often. So, but thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, I feel bad for her not having options. And so she was excited about this wig right here, as she should be, because he finally bought something for her. He finally bought something for her. But she got all of her use out of it that she could. And because she does not do like what I just showed and actually take that hair off of her head and put that hair somewhere and then put it back on, then it's worn out now. Like she has slept the life out of that hair. She could have very well made it last because all this hair that I have, well, one might be human hair, but most of those right there are synthetic. And you can get them to last if you take care of them. See what y'all talking about. She's about 7 years older than him. He's using her to the fullest. He wants more kids she can't have. She said, yeah, I remember when she said she wasn't having any more, but Tim don't even need any. He does nothing with the ones he has now. Like, what man wants to keep having kids just to have them and you don't even want to provide for them correctly? He already has them down there in that little saltine cracker box of a bedroom, and then got enough nerve to fix your lips like you might want to have some more. And do what with them? You don't want to add room for the ones you have. Now, what would you do with more kids? She needed to put her foot down and say no. I honestly don't think that she was too thrilled about being pregnant with Benjamin, but what can you do? I wonder if she has a bonnet at least. No. So that's another thing. So earlier in this video where he was talking about the do-rags, he eventually said that he was doing it for people to understand what black people have to do for their hair. But at first he was saying he had to tell Megan what the do-rag was for. He was talking about her, like her explaining to her that it was for men to get waves. And I don't know how Megan was raised, so I don't know her limitations on that type of knowledge, but that's what he said he had to teach her. So if she don't know what a do-rag is, I'm sure she don't know what a bonnet is either. So she needs to learn though. That would save her. My hair is natural silverish gray. It took a while and a struggle to let the coloring, but it finally got there, and I get more compliments on it now. Yeah, I was getting a lot of oh, where did my thing go? I was getting a lot of compliments on my hair, my gray hair as well. You know, I don't know, had a crazy thought one day and went with it. And the rest is history. Like, I've moved them all to membership now, but probably the first 3 or 4 months of me doing reactions to them, it was my natural hair color. It was gray. And then after that, it's just been blonde. But gray hair is beautiful. I believe that gray hair is beautiful. And I always compliment people on their gray hair. And then it's a blessing for us to get old enough to see it. I guess they'll have to sleep on the imaginary porch. Yeah, because there's not going to be room enough, especially if he even talked her into having one more. They definitely would have to move their classroom outside. Um, Megan can be a double for cousin. It on the Adams family. Ooh, yep. It is one of these. It's gonna show where she was really looking like cousin It about the head. It's gone a little bit more. So yeah, again, this is not just like a woe is me for Megan necessarily, but just for anybody.
Point, he's trying to create self doubt so that he can destroy his self esteem. His expectations are going to be unrealistic. He's going to get mad at you when other men approach you as if you have some type of control over it. He's going to take this opportunity.
So one of y'all was talking about other men, and that's what he's saying he would do if other men approach you. Like, so he probably does have some type of insecurity about if she were to get a compliment from a man.
To make you feel like you are a slut or that you are craving attention from other men. He's not going to buy you any more clothes. He's just going to complain about the clothes that you have. There is definitely a difference between being concerned for your woman versus being controlling of your woman. Concern is about safety, and control is about power. It's really emotional abuse.
So he just talks about emotional abuse. So I'm talking about financial abuse, but he just described emotional abuse. You want to be mad at her for the clothes that she's wearing that you don't approve of, but then you won't buy her anymore. And then it gives you a reason to be fussing at her. We haven't not necessarily seen that aspect from Tim, but he definitely has. He is the one that is controlling how she looks out there. Um, because we've seen how she wants to look. And this version of her is not how she wants to look. This is how she's looking. So now this is modern day Megan. Same shirt as before, but she does not have on undergarments. So we don't know what happened to that. Same wig, but it's done for. And if y'all can remember, the wig started out being like right up in here, and as she would get it matted up, she would cut it. So the length that it is now, it ended up that way because she started cutting on it. But this is the, as the man just said, emotional abused person, but I say financially abused, because I believe if she had access to money and was allowed to spend, that responsibly she would go and get and do something for herself. I don't think that she's the type of person that would be out there splurging and spending money the wrong way. She was able to support their family off of her income. She had to budget to make that happen. So I don't think that this is a person that would go out there and splurge like we see her husband do. But he still would deny her the things that she needs. So now this is modern day Megan. From all the pictures that we just saw, this is where she is now. And I just think that that's so sad for this man to brag about the amount of money that they make out there, and for her to have not gotten anything. So let's just think back to, we know that their numbers are less now, even though they're still making decent money. Their numbers are less now. But let's think back to when their numbers were high, and then he also had Resurrection Ranch. And then they had the Godcast that was, doing a little something. And Megan still didn't get nothing. She still was denied anything when the money was good, when it was real good. It was no. Don't even think about it. Don't even come asking me for nothing. No, it's a no. I'm going to get this chicken coop and pretend like that's for you. That's it. Back then, that's the only thing that came on that property that he said was for her, was that chicken coop. And then she had to come outside and act overly excited about, oh, he got me a chicken coop. And she probably needed something, being female then. Probably was in need of something for herself in the house, and she had to be excited about a chicken coop that the boys take care of. So who was the chicken coop for? Let me see what y'all are saying before I move forward. I lost my oh, here it is. He dogs her behind the scenes. Her appearance is proof. I can definitely agree with that. I feel the same way. I feel like there are bad things that happen off camera that because even the boys act intimidated by him. I don't like the energy that you feel across the screen, like something happened that you weren't privy to. The scene where we saw them all gang up on Junior about that table, it's just like, they let us see a little bit of something that we don't normally see. I can only imagine what he has dealt with off of camera if that's what they showed us on camera. So yes, I definitely feel the same about her. So she has no undergarments on. This wig is done for. This wig has been hanging on to your life for at least a good 5 months now. It's like it's been out of there. Um, and she has to get on camera and smile and pretend like she's not embarrassed about how she looks, even though we just looked at Megan coming up through the years and how she fixed herself up. Now she has to pretend like she don't care. And then I saw one of you all said something about a mirror. I couldn't go back. I couldn't find it in the comments. I think it was Miss T Ideas said something about finding the mirror, but I couldn't find it when I tried to scroll back. The chat moved too fast. But yeah, he definitely I believe he dogs her out as well. Um the boys look very afraid to express themselves, and Noah stutters through responses. Yeah, Noah and Junior were the two that he rode the hardest. And even though Noah speaks up for himself better than Junior does, they're still intimidated because their dad he's not a loving person. He tries to pretend like he is for the camera, talking about all the fun that they have and whatever, but when they talk to Tim, it's yes, sir. And then they don't even address Megan. So, yeah, there's that. Um, see what else. Periodically, I'll check in, but no longer like his content because my eyes have been open and I cannot support this man. That's lovely to hear. I have to read that again. Let me find it. A.M. Poole says, periodically I'll check in, but no longer like his content because my eyes have been opened and I cannot support this man. And I've said many times before, like, I have never been on my channel to deter anybody that wants to go over there and support them. But should you wander over here and realize that what you think you're seeing is not actually what you're seeing, then that's I don't know how I want to say that. I'm just glad that y'all see. Just glad that you see, because oh my goodness, Tim is playing with people. You know, you can't sit there briefly and be entertained, but at some point he's going to do something that makes you turn your head to the side like what? And here lately it should have been him buying that truck. Like, for anybody new over there, when Tim bought that truck, they should have just sat there like, because there's no way, sir, that you're about to brag to us about a $20,000 check and then that's how you decide to spend it. Somebody have to be at home, like, just scratching their head like, what's going on here? So I'm so glad that your eyes have been open, because he will try and fool you. He'll try. That's what he does. I mean, that wig looks awful. Bless her heart. Lord, that looks awful. So this is another current day Megan. The wig is, looking like it's been through some things. I don't know. Hopefully y'all can see the details of it. But yeah, she's starting to look more like Edward Scissorhands right here. I am going to show the Edward Scissorhand moment, but right here, it's giving that vibe. The wig is sitting tall, it's stiff. The back moved a little, but for the most part, the wig is stiff. And she's still trying to present herself in a decent way, but the wig is just not letting it happen. It's just not. Let's see what y'all said. Um, I am Pooh. I agree. I can't support his channel anymore. Seeing how he treats his wife and kids is so disheartening. It is very disheartening to see that. I just be wanting people to put themselves in the place of the boys and just think to yourself, would you like to be raised like that? Where you're having to get up in the morning and feed animals before you can eat. Then you go in the kitchen and your mom has fixed you a light breakfast or a light dinner. And you ultimately are going throughout the day hungry. You're getting a little here and a little there, just enough to keep you alive, but you're just never like getting that real full feeling. Um, you're in a bedroom that it seems like they're confined to most of the day. I think they spend more time in their bedroom than any other place out there, including outside. And especially now because, he brags saying, well, they don't have that many animals no more. So all they have to do is feed them and come right back in the house. But so the amount of time that they're outside is just like that. I don't see how anybody can watch that and be entertained and just be like, that's a good show. I love that family. For what? What are you loving them for? Look at his wife right here. Like, hopefully you all were able to see her earlier pictures that I showed and where he has taken her to. She didn't want to look like this, but he allows her no money to look any other way. He's not going to let her look any other way. Megan is not allowed a $50 bill to go and do something for herself. He won't give her $100 and say, go get what you need. He would not give her the debit card without counting how much she spent and allow her to be just as grown as he is and spend the money that she's working for. Like right here, she's earning money. She's at her job right here. This money he wouldn't have made without her in this scene. But he does not let her spend money as though it were hers. Irritating. I think she used the sweater. I think she uses the sweater to cover up not having on a bra as well. I had that revelation when she was in the classroom one day and the way she kept tugging at it. So at first I'm like, okay, is she covering up her arms like bruises? But she would be in and out of the cardigan. So I'm like, okay, now she's not hiding her arms. Is she cold? But then the way she would tug at it, I'm like, I think it's the undergarments. I think that's why that cardigan shows up here and there. It's the undergarments. Because we have not seen her in any here lately. There are not days where maybe she have on one, maybe she don't. She just does not here lately. So I think that that's a reason for that as well. Staaycation Reacts. Young lady, you look like you could throw some hot grits. What does that mean? I know what it means, like as far as, to I wouldn't throw no hot grits on nobody though. I know how to get you with my mouth. Like after I finish talking to you, you might feel like I threw some hot grits on you, but I'm a lover. I'm not a fighter. But yeah, I'll get you right with my mouth. um, it's a blessing when the light comes on to see who this man. Yes, it is a blessing when you see him for who he is. That's a blessing. And then like I've said, once you see, you can't unsee. Like you can't know better and then go back to worse. And even going back over there, if you go back over there and watched him, you still will see him with different eyes. You just can't unsee it after you see it. So, you can still go over there and watch them because Tim still needs people to hold him accountable. But you just will not be able to see it the same way you did before. You're going to scrutinize everything because you see him for who he is. It's not an innocent scene when he's outside working and then has his wife out there with him instead of doing something that she could be doing in the house. Because Tim won't touch anything in the house. She shouldn't have to do anything outside, including recording, if he won't do anything in the house. When you look at it differently, then you judge him differently. When you realize that he does not allow his wife new things of any sort, whatever category, he does not allow his wife new things. But then you can watch him spend $8,000 here, $5,000 there, $500 here, $1,800 there, like $18,000 possibly went on this truck. So, when you actually pay attention to what's going on out there, the children and whatever was eating at their flesh for months, and him not taking them to the doctor and getting it cared for, steadily cutting their heads and seeing rashes and stuff all in their scalp. Nobody's addressing anything. Seeing the boys get up and having not washed their faces, brushed their teeth, and then he still will put that camera in their face. Just different things, just all types of things. Like when you pay attention, you just cannot unsee it after that point. I refuse to go to Empty Eyes channel in this way. Empty eyes. Oh, he's definitely empty eyes. He definitely is. And I understand not giving him a view. So I appreciate that. Let's see. Looking at all the reactions made me look at other channels different after noticing things. That's good. And every reaction channel has a different way of covering IG farms, but ultimately everybody is generally saying the same thing as far as the type of person he is. So I believe everybody can see Tim for who he is, but sometimes people just be in a rush. They're not like really paying attention to details, and they can miss things until it's called out. But I'm glad that people are waking up and noticing, because it's awful how he's choosing to treat them. And when Tim married Megan, her job carried them. Tim would spend Megan's last on things he wanted. He's told those stories. But now he treats her like she has no right to buy anything for herself. Financial abuse. And I just really don't want another female to be in Megan's situation. I don't want anybody to end up with a husband that would treat you like this. It's just not okay. The kids used to run around in rags. The boys didn't start looking nice until the subscribers started sending them nice things. And he could have been doing it so that people would send nice things, but they had that place that was attached to their house, that was on their property, and that's what they were wearing was hand-me-downs. Then he wouldn't try and buy any clothes. It's like Tim would go and find anything free to keep him from having to go get a job. Well, I know we could go over here and get the kids some free clothes. That was his way of helping out at home, rather than going and getting a 9 to 5. And we see he's still fighting that to this day. I mean, that wig.
You're looking for a man to come in, pay all of the bills, and for you to have an equal voice, and for you to be able to come and go as you please and do what you want. And the harsh reality is, most men that pay 100% of the bills do not look at you like an equal. They will feel like if they are providing all of the money, then you are nothing but another kid in that house, and you have to do what they say, when they say, how they say, and they don't want to hear your mouth, and they will not give you a safe space to hold them accountable. That's the harsh reality. And that is how a lot of you women end up being financially abused. And that is how a lot of you women end up being in situations that you cannot leave, not because you don't want to, but because after you hit a certain age, 40, 45, 50, you don't want to be uncomfortable. So then you become a prisoner of comfortability, because the only way that you'll be able to leave is to take you and your babies and go live in a shelter. And you're not willing to do that. So you can't afford to leave. He knows you can't afford to leave, and that's why he's going to do whatever it is that he wants to do. The greatest thing that you can have in your back pocket in this world is independence.
I love the way that he said that, because I feel like that is Tim and Megan in a nutshell. She's in a position now where it's hard for her to get out of it financially. And he said that's what you need is your independence. You should never give up your independence, because you'll end up in this situation. And the man does not care. He knows he's put you in that situation. He did it on purpose. And I've said this for as long as I've covered them. Like, that's been Tim's mission the whole time. He's methodically taken things from Megan, and you know, some of the things I'm sure she saw, but others she didn't realize that she was in it. I imagine her quitting that job, she didn't realize she was about to be a prisoner on that compound. Then right after she leaves her job, her vehicle gets into the accident, and then after that it's a wrap. She didn't see those two things happening and causing her to be in the position that she's in now. But Tim did. He knew why he was doing what he was doing. He let the boys go to school long enough to make it look like he was going to cooperate, then yanked them out of school for his make-believe reasons of them saying the Pledge of Allegiance, only to pull Megan away from her job. So he cons everybody, including his family, to get his way. It has to be his way or no way. See, what are y'all saying? Many folks think the reaction channels are being haters until they see something that rubs them the wrong way, and then they pay closer attention. I adore his mom and lost interest when she vanished. We all did. We all lost interest when Miss Lily left. First of all, she was the only person out there that showed compassion and common sense. She talked about God, but she showed the God in her. She was the only one out there with wisdom, and she practiced the wisdom. You could see it. Tim introduced his mom to us slowly, but then he took her away. It's just like, you do realize people tuned in for your mom, right? Not for you. And he didn't believe that. The numbers had to show him that nobody wants to see you 3 times. IAG Farms, Resurrection Ranch, and the Godcast. Nobody wants to see you that much. So he had to, let the other 2 go, because he thought it was all about him. But you said something else. People hate the reaction channels until something rubs them the wrong way. Right. You're absolutely right about that. I agree. I made sure to go back and unsubscribe from the channel when I saw the light. And see, that's what a lot of people have not done, is unsubscribe. So as I said before, we can tell that he's not getting all of the views for the amount of subscribers that he has. The numbers don't match. But that is people that will go and subscribe, lose interest, but not unsubscribe. So he still has the subscriber count, but he's not getting those views anymore. Um, he had some mental issues before prison. That was the source of his I believe so too. You know, I have mentioned before that, you know, a lot of children who like have reading problems in school end up acting out, having behavioral problems. And I had watched an old movie on YouTube of Denzel Washington where he was a school teacher, and he was, you know, the inner city youth and how bad they were. But a couple of the characters could not read. And when you identify that problem, you know, you can help them. So for Tim to be out there doing all that he was doing when he should have been in school learning, you can tell that he was one of the ones that got lost in the school system. Like, they were just pushing him forward. You graduate, but he still hadn't learned anything. And then rather than him try harder, he just went outside and started doing reckless stuff. We see that all the time. Like, it's, we'd probably be amazed at how many people that are incarcerated that were getting passed through school but not actually being taught what they should have been taught. And that's, I think, another reason why he doesn't focus on his children's education. He doesn't get it. He does not get the importance of their education. Um, their clothes came from donations that they picked through. Right. So there was a video that I watched earlier that I had gotten one of these clips from, and he showed, he briefly showed that little, I forgot what he called it, but it had all those clothes hanging up in there that people could come and pick from. Um, hey, what happened to Endgame? I'm not sure what happened to Endgame. It seems like I remember like one of his last reactions. He mentioned something about I don't know. I can't remember the details, and I don't know if he was speaking like in matter of fact or just hypothetically, but something like a family member and Alzheimer's or something to that effect. The video probably should still be there, but maybe, you know, something like that came up, family things, and, you know, he had to focus on that. I really don't know though. You know, I would go over there every now and then and still be like, did he upload something? But no, he didn't. uh, I used to really enjoy his videos. Uh, this worries my soul. How in the heck can you treat what you created? I don't know. I don't get it either. Tim, it's a technical term for it that I can't think of, but I just say he has no soul. I can't think of the term um, right now, but it's just like he has no real love for anybody but himself. Like anybody. Everybody around him is a pawn for him to get what he wants. The boys are his farm hands, and that's how he sees them. Tim does not worry about if his children are hungry. He can hear you talk about the boys should be eating, and he still won't change that up. He does not care. But he's quick to call you a hater if you call him out for that. When really you just have compassion for his children, something that he doesn't have. He'll send them out there in the heat of the day. He will send them out there in the cold of winter to do his job. He doesn't care. And I don't understand how that's possible, but that's him. He has no sympathy, no empathy. This oh, I read that one already. I agree. I do not blame Tim's behavior on going to prison. Yeah, it was him before he went to prison. He went to prison because he was who he was. He probably picked up some more bad habits in there. But you know, when you go back and look up Tim's case, he already had a pending case when he got arrested for the one that took him to prison. He had done a robbery already. The guy that he got caught with, they didn't say he had a prior, but Tim had a prior pending case out there. He was out there doing the most. Megan was Tim's first victim of Tim's con. I can believe that. He came out, he had a mission, he was about that mission, and for him to say how quickly they dated and got married, that's what he was out there for. He found him one and he reeled her in. Tim doesn't earn that money by himself. Meg should refuse to film and insist on vocational school days to watch Tim. Yeah, I agree. And I would have like chunked the deuces a long time ago, because if I can't go and buy me a bra, you won't give me money for a bra? I'm not filming today. Go film somebody else. I got other things to do. I need to be in here learning how to cook. What did I do? Oh, well, I don't know what happened to that. It just clicked off. I guess I let it sit too long. But we almost finished. Okay, narcissistic grifter. Wow, this comes back up. Let's see some more comments. I started watching that fake child when she was expecting Benjamin. I commented saying that he must have a high insurance policy on her because he can always get another wife. Oh, I know he was mad after he read that comment. I know you had him heated reading that. I bet it got deleted. Did you get blocked? Into deep. This dude. Insurance money. From her card to buy that hunk of junk. Yeah, he took her insurance money and spent it on what he wanted. And, you know, just... The house was sold. He went and chose the house he wanted for them to be able to be staying in Emma. Tim went and chose the house he wanted. Then you turn around and I lost my train of thought. Staaycation, remember, she's 10 years older than him. And why is this being so slow? What'd you say? She's 10 years older than him? I had lost my train of thought. What does this keep doing? I guess I was talking too long. It's got a mind of its own. Or it's just being slow. I don't know. Um, Megan became could be a millionaire if she told her true story about her life with Tim. Do you hear me? Megan could sit in front of a phone camera and episode by episode tell a different story and would be cashing in. She would be raking in the money, story after story, experience after experience, telling people how not to fall into the same position that she did, how to see the signs. She definitely would be good if she would just believe in herself and, you know, drop that zero. I know he don't think he's a zero, but he is. What in the world? In talking to others about IG, I was told about a book that is passed around in prisons. Tim is following it completely. So what is this, like a guide to conning people? How to get over on people when you get out? Is that what the book is? Oh, I didn't clicked on the live. Oh, oh, we was about to be watching the live on the live. Jesus. Uh, putting this what the law book they have taken out of prisons. I think Law 19.
And that's why he's going to do whatever it is that he wants to do. The greatest thing that you can have in your back pocket in this world is independence. Toxic men do not accidentally end up with just strong women. They seek them out intentionally. And you need to actually understand why. Strong women, a woman who is confident in herself, she has standards, she knows her worth, and she's damn near like a trophy to a broken man. Because if he can get her, if he can break through her walls, if he can get her to question herself, to lower her standards, to accept less than she deserves, that is the ultimate power trip for somebody who feels powerless in every other area of their life. Breaking down a woman who seemed unbreakable is the closest thing to power that an insecure man will ever feel. So they're going to study you. They're going to figure out what your patterns and your insecurities are to make you feel seen. They mirror you. Then they say exactly what you need to hear. And slowly, and since they're doing it slowly, you weren't going to notice, they start chipping away at it. And by the time you realize what actually happened, you don't even recognize yourself. You went from being one of the most confident women in the room to questioning everything about yourself because of one person. That was not an accident. That was the whole point of the situation. Know this so you can protect yourself because your strength is magnetic and not everyone drawn to it has good intentions.
Okay, that was the end of that. So we'll just be talking now. But I did have a picture that I forgot to add in there that I wanted to show of Megan real quick. Uh, because I feel like Megan was a very confident woman. So if y'all, this is Megan. If y'all can see her. So I'm not sure what the competition was, but she won. So this is her standing before everybody with her crown on. I know it's something dealing with church. So that's a confident woman right there. Yes, they used to be Megan. She has confidence. Um, this one I can't keep it straight. It's gonna keep turning. Oh well, the last one I can't show, it keeps turning. I'm gonna go back to the chat now. So if you all have not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe. Hit the subscribe button to the channel. And thank you all for joining in. I appreciate everybody. Been on here for a little while now. His brother. Yeah, he broke Tim's character down. Matter of fact, I'm going to play him one more time. As he's talking about that prison mentality. Oh, well, it powered itself off. I'm done with that. So we just going to talk. I did not hit the power button. I hate that TV. I hate it with everything in me. But anyway. Let's go on. Okay. Says in the earlier videos, she did not seem a lot more confident. Oh, you said she did seem a lot more confident. She was a lot more confident, you know, when we were watching them early on. When Tim used to give Megan the camera and she would do the walk and talks, you could hear the difference in their intellect. You could listen to Megan when she was doing her walk and talks before he, you know, started messing with her mind too much. And it was night and day. And the person that we get now, the version of her that she is now, it's awful. It's we've watched a science experiment happen before our eyes. You have a good evening too. Thank you for joining in. We won't be on too much longer since the TV went off. This TV keeps telling me to get rid of it. And every time I give it a chance, it keeps proving to me why I need to get rid of it. I'm going back to the beginning of the live so I can hear say get it, Tim. Oh, okay. Y'all have a good evening, Tim. Megan and Tim. Puck Puppet now. That's not coming back. I'm not sure what that. Tim is Megan. Megan is Tim's. I don't know what that is. Remind everyone to like, subscribe, and comment, sis. Y'all like, subscribe, and comment. Okay, I'm gonna have to get better at this because I be so focused on just the live. Thank you all for joining in. It's saying that there are 155 people in here right now. So if you all don't mind subscribing, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please like the video. And what else did you say? Comment. Leave a comment. I'm gonna get better with that part. I don't know. I don't be thinking, but I'm gonna get better with that. Yes, she had to have good confidence in herself to travel parts of the world. Exactly, to go out of the country. Like, do y'all know what that take? I've considered it, and I've traveled by myself all over the United States, and the thought of traveling out of the country is just a little nerve wracking to me. I'm like, I might need to find a travel partner for that one. So, but she did it. She did it. Um, but Tim will say that they're missionaries. You know, he has given her credit for going out of the country, but it's rare that he mentions that. But they are missionaries. Tim's missionary was around their neighborhood, walking the streets of their neighborhood. It's not the same. Yes, like, comment, and hype the video, guys. Please and thank you. 30 more likes. How many likes is it? Yeah, 30 more likes because it's 150 people and 122 likes. Y'all like the video. I don't even be paying attention. Then it's another number up here. I don't even know what that is. It's got like a little diamond shaped thing beside it, saying 281. I don't know what that is. You thinking Tim tried to steal Megan's identity? He absolutely did. He absolutely did. He wanted Megan's past to be his present. He wanted to be able to say that he was on the same level as her. And that's why when he was talking a few videos ago about social standing, I'm like, what social standing did Tim have? Tim was in the news for doing bad things. But he made it seem like he was having a good name that could be tarnished. And that was his wife. Megan's name, like the picture that I just showed of her, that was a church function where she won something that had a crown on her head. That's the reputation she built for herself. Not Tim, not them, Megan. So he definitely tried to take on her persona and make it be like, because she had accomplished it, oh, I can just say I did too. You know, Tim said he talked to somebody in prison who had either a bachelor's or a master's in business, and they gave him some pointers. So he pretty much has a bachelor's in business. Then he changed and said, well, you might as well say I have a master's. So that's all he has to do is have proximity to people, and then he can claim whatever they do. You know, he will film somebody doing their work, take the blueprint, and now he knows how to do it. He's certified to do it. He's watched people use a mini excavator, or excavator, so he could go get him one now. He know how to do that. Even though we saw how he left Sane's backyard, he says, you know, he's ready to do that type of work. I work in a prison, and anyone that's been in prison is manipulative, a con artist, lying, big time. This is what I deal with on a nightly basis. So you watching Tim and knowing and knowing exactly what he's doing. Let me get off this desk. You knowing exactly what Tim is doing when you are watching him talk. Cause you can see it like, I've never worked, well, I have worked in a jail before, but not directly with the inmates. I used to get a summer job as the secretary for the local police department. So the trustee was the only one that I came into contact with, other than them marching the ones that had been arrested through there. But, they never did stop right there. That was my closest proximity to working with them. But, you have friends and family members who have been incarcerated, and you know what they act like. You know exactly what they act like. My entire career, maximum security males. Woo! So Tim is not never pulling the wool over y'all's eyes. It's just like, yeah, I've seen this. I know it when I see it, Tim. Yes, in real time. uh, see as well. Mine is not maximum. Boy, that's something right there. Staycation, when you do edited videos, just edit it on the screen. What you mean? You say when I do edited videos, just edit it on the screen? What do you mean? Yes, like, comment, and hype, guys. So again, with this video, my whole point was to talk about financial abuse and how we have been seeing that out there at IAG Farms. But me wanting Megan and Tim to be an example for others of what not to fall prey to, what not to let yourself uh, get into, because Tim has taken Megan from being the person that she was and has turned her into the person that we see today. And you have to go back through their history and see what Megan used to look like, how Megan used to present herself, to know that she would not want to look like this if it were up to her. If Megan had it her way, she would be looking how we saw her look the majority of her life, even after marriage. But over the past, what has it been, maybe 2 years? Especially this last year. This last year has been like, whoo, this has been the worst. But at least the last 2 years, it has gone downhill. The last 2 years, we have seen a heavy rotation of the same clothes. We know that she has not had anything new purchased for her or been allowed to go and buy the things that she needs. Now, we're not talking about things that a person would go and get out of vanity or because they have bad spending habits. We're saying need. Now, Tim lost weight and felt like he needed new clothes to work in. We've seen Megan have children, gain that weight and lose that weight. Her body is now different. We've seen her need hernia surgery and her body change from that, but he still cannot justify his wife getting some new clothes. But he gets new clothes. That's financial abuse. So even though Megan has sat in this relationship, she has seen it go from bad to worse. and could have left this situation, my focus is on the fact that a female is trusting a male, her husband, to be a caregiver and a provider for her and be the godly man that he said he is, only for you to watch it play out and see the exact opposite, that no money goes in her direction. But he still will stand up before everybody and say how godly he is. He will sit down like the little talk he had where he's sitting in front of the pond trying to give his acceptance speech for about to get that $20,000 payout, and then already planning how he's going to spend that $20,000, and his wife didn't come up anywhere in that. He didn't let Megan sit down and say what she needs, not even wants at this point, what she needs that she could use that $20,000 for. And of course, she wouldn't use $20,000, but whatever necessities that she would need. Things that the boys might need. Everybody probably is due for some new sheets on their beds. They need some shelves in that laundry room. We just saw water bottles and stuff everywhere on that floor. She couldn't even walk into that room because the floor was the storage area. They can't figure out how to buy shelves, but he can go and buy another truck. Tim could have gotten Old Faithful fixed for what he paid on this hunk of junk. He could have had some things added to Old Faithful to make it do what he needed to do instead of going to buy that hunk of junk. He could have had the AC fixed in the excursion instead of going to go and buy this hunk of junk. Financial abuse. It's irritating. It's irritating. So Megan went outside to cheerlead Tim the other day, and when she turned that camera and we saw what Megan looked like, I was like, yeah, I'm not going to be able to talk about relationships right now, which we are. We're going to go live this weekend to talk about relationships, but couldn't talk about that because I'm just like, I'm feeling some type of way about this woman needing for her husband to see her and that she's in need of some things. Like, if we can see that she's no longer wearing a bra, does she need all undergarments? Have they all been worn out? Is she in need of everything? We don't know. And it's sad. Sandra, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much. Sandra Mike, thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, that was like, just a concern for me that we watched Megan. We have watched them for years at this point, and in watching her, we have watched her go down. She's always been a simple, like, what did I call it? Just, more of a natural look. She's always been more into a natural look, and that's fine. But her presentation was still there. You could still see her and know that she put some effort into herself. And the Megan that we see now, we know the exact opposite. She has not been able to put any effort into herself. And I think that's sad. I think it's sad for your husband to be able to brag to people about a $20,000 check that you helped him earn, and then you need things and don't get them. Okay, so I didn't, okay, I'm going to have to do a reaction to this. I see it up there now, so I'm going to have to do a reaction to their latest video. Oh, this thing is so slow. Up. Thank you, Grandma Love, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Y'all are so sweet. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Meg's clothes are hanging off of her. Most are maternity tops. Yeah, she didn't get to go through her maternity clothes that much, so that's still what she has that's not like tattered like threads. And that's sad that you have to revert to maternity clothes. And Megan didn't get maternity clothes until the last minute. She was still trying to squeeze in stuff that wasn't maternity because Tim was not spending money on her. And so, yeah, she barely wore those clothes and she's having to resort to that to have something to put on. Meanwhile, Tim is showing up with new how do you say it? Carhartt shirts and hats and going to town jeans. People see that Megan needs things. Yes, and it's a need. We're not talking about wants. We're not talking about her splurging on a hunk of junk truck. We're talking about things, just necessities that you need. And I'm serious. I would hate to think of the things that we know that women need that she's possibly going without because she's married to Tim. And he can't fathom his wife actually being able to get some stuff that she needed. It's sad. And you got people that's just tuning into it. They can't wait for them to upload. Can't wait for them to upload some more foolishness.
Spending money the way a narcissistic man does. He can spend a bare minimum on you and still act as if he has moved mountains.
Trying to get back to some of her cute pictures.
Treat basic groceries like luxury and then still walk around believing he's some great provider.
He's not doing anything but making the children pull that heavy wagon with them. She has no closet. Her few pieces are folded up at the foot of the bed on the floor. Ooh, that's sad. Got a whole bedroom, and with the amount of clothes that she owns, she only takes up a little portion in the floor. Got a whole closet, and they don't use it correctly. Like, that's how off your living is when you have a whole closet and it's dedicated to your husband's gun safe, barbering chair, and spray bottle for insects. A whole closet. No clothes are hanging up in it. That's abnormal living to me. Lord, where the pictures at?
Why do you go for a woman who is insecure? Why do y'all do that? Because what I'm hearing as I'm listening to what y'all saying, there is a validation deficit. You need an insecure woman to make you feel secure. You need an insecure woman to validate an insecurity that you have. You came to my well of my water and you drained me to build you up. That ain't fair. We need to address that as well. Because why did you come to me? Why didn't you level up? Why didn't you go to a woman who could build you up outside of me? Matter of fact, why didn't you build yourself up enough For you to be able to find that woman, why did you have to come to me? If you saw that I was already depleted and I'm trying to work on myself and everything else, why did your butt come over here and bother me to begin with?
Oh, did I go past the pictures? I did.
Man,
This TV so slow. Okay, I'm trying to leave it there for a second. Uh, Woo, that took forever. Jesus. Um, Lord, my heart goes out to Tim Jr. He's sad and lonely, and it shows on every video. He stands in the background. Every video. He always looks so tortured. Like we were just stating about Megan, the same for him. You just don't know what happens off camera that could have him just looking so down and out. But he always looks that way. Um, You thinking that's why his viewership went down because no one likes to see Meg like that? I agree. Tim thinks that he's getting away with something because nobody can make him do anything. But those numbers are reflecting that people are not interested in that. And I can only imagine how many people have spoke up and said something and he deleted their comment or ignored them and they just go on about their business. He shot himself in the foot. People are telling you that they would like to see your wife presented better. Now, if they were struggling people, that would be one argument. But there's no way he can get on here bragging about money and then turn around and give a reason why his wife looks like that. Um, he he keeps a camera in her face. I know that there have to be moments where she does not want to be filmed. He does not give her that option. There can be an entire video about what's going on in the kitchen, which means that that is what generated their income. And he does not consider that being money that she made. He says he has a business. So I know that's why he was always giving, like, I do this and I do that. I do the editing. I come up with the ideas because he wants the majority of everything to be him. So this is why I spend most of the money. Like, we don't watch his wife and his children. Um, that was when Megan controlled the purse. Yes. I find Megan. I do find Meg hard to look at. Slow deterioration. She is hard to look at because, you can see a person that's going through something. Now, I know that a lot of people feel like Megan is getting what she deserves. And that's fine. Like, we're all entitled to have different opinions on, certain things because we just, we all think different. That's fine. But we just heard multiple people describe a man keeping a woman in a certain place on purpose. They're giving you a heads up that they know that men do this. So it's not far-fetched for us to be saying what we're saying and seeing Megan the way that we see her. Again, this person cared about how she looked. and not in a vanity type of way. This doesn't look like a vain person. This doesn't look like a person that's trying to keep up with how somebody looks in a music video or in a magazine. She looks like a normal, everyday person, but she still cares about how she looks. She's not overly done up. She just looks presentable. Natural beauty. And Tim has taken her all the way in the other direction. I just think that that's a disgrace. I wish a man would try to control me. Me too. Okay, so maybe that's why whoever there was earlier that said I look like I could throw some grits. Oh, but I told you it's just my mouth. Because I wish a man would throw some grit. I mean, throw grits. Would try and control me like that too. I wish. Like, you got to know how to stand up for yourself. You got to know when to say no. Like, no exists for a reason. That word is powerful. No. No, I'm not quitting my job. No, you're not going to use this house for us to go move to the country. No, you're not going to take the check from my accident and buy what you want. Like, no is a strong word. And if she would just use it a little more often, some of these situations wouldn't be there. But for them all to be making this money and for him to be the only one spending it, I have a big problem with that. Tim, unlike the other homesteading channels that we mentioned, he depends on his boys to make sure that he gets paid. And he does not treat them like he depends on them to get paid. He still acts like everything is because of him. He out there fumbling around with that skirting that don't nobody want to watch. But it's still all about him. He's the one drawing the crowd. People want to see him. That's what Tim think. That's why I'm single. And I live good, work good, enjoy my peace. So please come back for the relationship live, because this is all the type of stuff that I want to discuss there. Like, I'm with you. That will be either Saturday or Sunday, but we're going to go live about relationships. So, I know that that's
Worth and breaking your self-esteem.
That conversation can go in so many different directions, but that's what we're going to do is relationships. You will come back for the relationship live. Please do. Please do. It's a good topic for us. So again, Megan, no makeup this time. She had a little bit of makeup in the last one. No makeup here, but she still looks fresh-faced and like she put some effort into herself. She's happy. She's smiling from the inside out. She's not run down right here. But Tim would have us to believe that Megan is presenting how she wants to present right now, that it has nothing to do with him. That this Megan's choice. Megan want to look like that. That's what he would want people to believe. Because you can do bad by yourself. You don't need nobody to help you. Yes, indeed, you can do bad by yourself. So you make sure you come back for the relationship live as well, because it's a loaded situation. And I think it's a very good topic, especially when you watch, like, is it worth it? Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Like, not a care in the world, happy, living life freely. This is the missionary right here. This is the person that's going out and helping others. You can see the joy in her. You can see the God in her. And boy, now, like, just think back to the scene where she's in the classroom grading Titus's work, and that wig is all over her head, and she said she was not ready to be filmed, and he did it anyway. Let's see. I would have been got me some money and left with the boys and leave him scratching his head. I would have too. I definitely would have. So I hate that she just does not have more something. It's just like, ooh, Megan, just I'm ready to see that straw that broke the camel's back. I need to see it. I need to see when a woman's fed up. I'm just, because we've had enough for her. Um, I know this woman right here was able to walk in the store and get what she needed. Farrah Fawcett. Oh God, that is on. I keep getting it as a suggestion. Is it on this TV? I think it's on this other TV. The movie that'll be off to the side on the home screen. The Burning Bed be up there. It's been up there, and I'm like, dang, I know somebody just mentioned this movie in the comments, and it was up there. I think it was on this TV screen right here. I don't want to turn it on though, because this remote will mess with that TV. So, yep, Farrah Fawcett, you're right. Um, Charlene, she knows how to get to the money. She knows how it goes. Oh, great live again. Thank you. I hope that y'all are enjoying the live. Like I said, I had gotten away from doing them. Just, getting adjusted to being in Vegas. But really, I had almost forgot. And I just was thinking one day, I'm like, dang, when was the last time I went live? So, yeah, I'm having to, get back to them. As I was playing. And y'all nobody reminded me. Nobody said, when you going live again? Mr. Misery, yes. Mr. El Cheapo. Mr. I only spend money on myself. All the accounts might be in his name only. That's a possibility, and I've wondered about that. Like, I have wondered about that. When they went to get the hunk of junk was the first time I've seen him go in the bank, though. He will usually send her in there, so I'm thinking maybe her name has to be on, at least if they have multiple, at least one of them, her name has to be on it. Because usually she'll go in the bank and he and the boys will stay in the car. But for that hunk of junk, he got out the car. He went in the bank. Let's see. This past weekend, I don't know who was looking for your videos harder, myself or Tim. Yeah, I started to do a video Sunday, but I got home late, and then, like I said, I had some stuff come up this past weekend. So I was like, ooh, I should be putting a video out, but it was just hard for me to work it in, the timing. So I apologize for that. I'm trying to do so much better with being consistent with, you know, putting videos out. I would like to do one every day. And so that's why I do double sometimes, because I know that there are days where it's hard for me to do two. I mean, do one, but that's funny. Yeah, I took the weekend off like Tim be doing, I guess. um, I want to know what kind of Kool-Aid they drinking. Cause no and not ever. Whew, Lord. Um, I would like to know what kind too. Like, geez, and what's in it? Like, what kind and what's in it? Cause ooh, something got to have you like just strung out like that. Um, Great video. Thank you. I always enjoy going live. Like, the comment section under the videos is always great. But the comment section with the live is real time, you know, where everybody is getting to talk to each other. And I like the energy. Um, he was looking bad. The hair on his face was growing towards his nose on both sides. That's why I was saying he was looking like Wolfman Jack. They don't care how they present to the world. They don't care how they present to the world. And that's so embarrassing to me. And then even with the video that I showed earlier where he talked about trying to teach people how black people do different things. But it's just like, how you gonna teach somebody of all people? We don't even see you teach your boys how to use a hairbrush. Nobody wants you being the representation of teaching nobody nothing. Like, Tim will keep his hair cut when he does, and his children will be running around looking crazy. Not even if they have length to their hair, they can still comb through it. But they don't care. Face is dirty. Same shirt in the past 3 videos. Like, he don't care. He does not care. Oh, missed the picture. Trying to find Megan.
My mind was just so messed up.
So again, Megan with undergarments on. Hair, you know, the wig was still kind of new back then. Looking like she, you know, trying to still put some effort into herself, even though she has not been allowed to go to the store and get anything. Last video, he said he was a realtor and a developer. Yeah, Tim be playing make believe and wanting us to be playing make believe with him. So yeah, he said he's a realtor now. Nothing about farming. The animals are there, but nothing about farming. They're realtors now. And they have a business. They have a YouTube business and they're realtors. And we just supposed to go with the flow. They don't care. They barely go anywhere. And I bet all the boys be musty at that at that age. I know they musty too. Like, I can remember being in elementary school, and when my mom or my aunt would pick us up from school, because me and my cousins all grew up like siblings. So it would be 4 of us getting in the car together after school. And they would always say, y'all getting in this car smelling like French hens. Like, I don't even know what a French hen is, but they let us know that we smell like all outdoors. And this is us coming home from school, but you know, you got recess, you got PE, just, you know, getting there smelling like everything. So yeah, children who have not been taught anything about hygiene, I know that they are smelling a mess. Like, Lord. That's what they used to tell us, getting here smelling like French hens. I just, they send you to school looking one way and you get in the car looking a whole different way. Your hair's going this way and that way, but you had a ball while you was at school. And, after you get to be a certain age, like, everybody develops differently, but some kids need deodorant before others. And have they started getting into that phase? I know Junior is getting at that age where, he would need it. My mama used to say we smell Meg started to teach financial literacy on her Happy Camper channel. She did try to, but Megan and Tim are successful because of YouTube. Before then, they had failing businesses. And so I don't know how you're going to teach financial literacy. Her husband is out there running amok with that checkbook. So how is she going to teach financial literacy when she can't make her husband spend correctly? She's in need of a bra, and she let him go buy that hunk of junk. They all went together to pick out tires and the new license plate, whatever all they did for that truck that day. And she was in need of undergarments, and she didn't say, can we press pause on 2 of your projects so I can go get some stuff that I need? So who wants financial literacy from Megan, and she can't even teach her husband how to spend? Like, no ma'am, no thank you. No, thank you. He's a swindler and an abuser. Absolutely. And like one of y'all said, you believe Megan was his first victim. He definitely swindled her. It's sad. Did you notice how Natalie and Simone said our vision or my vision, not God's vision? Did you notice how Natalie and Simone said our vision or my vision? You saying like for their family and stuff, their vision? Is that what you're talking about? No, Megan knows how to save, but Tim has say over everything. She has no say so. She has to listen to him. Right. So I don't want advice from Megan though if she can't teach Tim financial literacy. Like, I believe she knows it, but she can't get her husband to act right. So after you teach somebody in your house, then come over here and teach us. But Tim is like, that money be burning a hole in his pocket. What was the first thing we saw Tim buy out there? Big thing. Was it the tractor? Was that it? Yeah, it was a tractor, right? Yeah. And then the zero turn, and then the cattle hauler, right? In that order. And every time he was ready to buy something, he would have Megan announce it, like that was going to soften the blow. Uh, you would think he would want Meg to at least have undergarments. That's his wife. You would think. I am baffled how you're married and don't consider your wife at all. Like, how do you sit in the same house with somebody and your conscience is never convicted? You see how bad she's looking over there and nothing about you cares. Then you can tell the way he films at times, he will highlight those areas on her like he's poking even more fun. I don't understand it. And he has no remorse for it. He has no remorse for that. That's a narcissist and a psychopath. Psychopath is the word that I was looking for earlier. Yes. That's the word I couldn't come up with earlier. Yes. Every time they got the side by side, and then they bought the tractor, the zero turn, and then the cattle hauler. I forgot about that side by side. That was the first thing. You're right. But he can always convince himself, like, the minute they get a good payout, ooh, I can't wait. You know, I've been waiting to get this. And then Megan never has a conversation with Tim. Well, you know, we probably shouldn't buy that right now. She never does that. And so that's why I wouldn't want her to do financial literacy, because she's not teaching her husband financial literacy. We've never heard Tim get on screen and say, well, you know, I started to buy X, Y, and Z, but Megan talked me out of it because she was like, you know, what we've been saving for. They don't have those conversations. He say he want it, and then they go get it. Holds on to being to hide, yeah, hiding behind him. And it's sad. She's having to use her child as her undergarment. Just like all that chicken processing equipment. I sincerely doubt they'll ever use it again. Yeah, it's stainless steel, and knowing them, they'll still find a way for it to be rusted over the next time they need to try and use it. Um, Buying a tractor and zero turn for 4 acres speaks volumes. It does speak volumes. All that equipment out there is just fighting for a position of a place to be, somewhere to park it. Gonna have more equipment than land. Psychopath feels nothing for anyone else, and that's definitely him. Nobody else. Nobody but himself. How can you take your family with you to go and buy a raggedy truck? All of y'all went in a vehicle with no AC. And I don't know if the AC in that truck that he just got works, but we know that the AC in the Excursion doesn't. And his family had to ride there and back with no AC. And rather than put that Excursion in the shop and get that AC fixed, he needed to go get that truck. I cannot make it make sense. So again, the other day, watching them, Tim is outside working on that skirting, and here come Megan with that camera in her face, and I'm just like, I can't do it no more. Try to ignore and try to ignore and try to ignore. But how do you say you got $20,000 coming in and your wife still is looking like she needs some things? How? How is her hands doing anything to help bring money in this house and she's not allowed to spend any of it? Why does he do that when he knows he decided on his own? Is it for IRS purposes? I think he will literally throw her under the bus if something comes up with those taxes. Yeah, I mean, he's recorded it down, so, even if he tried to throw her under the bus, Megan has proof of, what's fact. But, some things could be for IRS, but I remember one of y'all saying that certain things he wouldn't be able to write off because he's not using the equipment in that way. So, like, I think was it the tractor that y'all said he had to be farming, like actually gardening and stuff, to write that off? He would have to prove where it was used as for a business to write it off. So he may have bought some things that out of term that he can't write off because he's not doing what he's supposed to be doing in order to write them off. Hey, my friend. Hello to all. The two adults need their heads examined. Hello, Lisa. And yes, they do both need their heads examined. Tim and Megan can leave you speechless with the things that you see out there. It's like this can't be real life. Like, they can't really be out there in Mississippi living like this, right? But they are. And they keep recording it over and over and over again. Like, doubling and tripling down, like, yep, and just in case y'all thought y'all saw wrong, I'm going to prove to y'all that you didn't see wrong. He shouldn't have took his family with him to get that truck, not knowing what could have gone. I agree, that wasn't a place for them. When they pulled up and Tim went to look under the hood of that truck, his armpits were already sweating. And we know that that's from the AC not working. So can you imagine what those kids felt like? And then I had pointed out that Junior was in the back seat, and one of y'all reminded me that AC wasn't working, and that's probably why the younger ones were up front where the windows were and could get more AC than Junior. If any of my children have to be sitting in a spot where they could possibly pass out from getting less than everybody else in the vehicle, that's a problem. Ugh, just thinking about that make me mad. And that's why he walks around the house looking so defeated. That ninja went into the store and bought a bag full of powder fluid and not one cold drink for anyone. Right, he made sure that truck that he just had to have had enough to drink for him to make it home, but not the family. And since he and Megan drove two separate vehicles, does Megan have a debit card on her where she has access to go and stop and get some things without him being around? So that if the children needed something to drink, she could do that. Because there's no way that they should have been driving back with the windows down, heat of the day, and not something cold to drink. But you're right. A sack full of power steering fluid, and then he would not even add that to repairs that was needed for that vehicle. But it's the power and steering fluid is pouring out of it. Megan is not dumb. She just can't move right now. But when she gets away, watch her work her magic. I really hope that we see that day. I know she's going to get sick and tired. I just don't know when. So I hope we see that day. That's why he took his family with him to go back and buy the truck, because he know that they would happen to find him by himself out there. You got a point. So he could have taken them as his security blanket, because it's it's a lot happening out that way, and he was called boy on the phone. He definitely was called boy on the phone. So he could have taken them to make sure that he made it back home safe in one piece and not ended up being strange fruit. But Tim just, in my opinion, should not have gotten that truck. He has a truck out there that he could have gotten fixed. Tim, for what he's spending on that hunk of junk, Tim could have gotten a new tailgate put on Old Faithful. He could have upgraded it to a 4-wheel drive or whatever he's saying that it doesn't have. He could have had that added to Old Faithful, right? It already had enough seats. He could have gotten those seats reupholstered and it still would have been cheaper. He could have done upgrades to that truck and saved money instead of going and investing in something else that's equally as old. Like, he didn't upgrade trucks, he just got a different one. He just could have put the Excursion in the shop first and get the AC fixed. Then once it's out, go and take Old Faithful and get it fixed. Get it fixed up, add some stuff to it. But he went and bought another headache. I just don't understand. If it came down to it, Megan would probably go to prison for Tim. She probably would go to prison for him. She's not speaking up for herself now, so I don't see why she would speak up for herself later. But that's so sad. The thought of that is sad, but she probably would. Talking about hope we make it home at the gas station after purchase. Said talking about hope we make it home safely after purchasing that truck. Tim and that vehicle, it's a comedy show to me. It just can't be real life. I don't see how you make that amount of money and burn through that amount of money in record time, and then you still don't have the truck with you now. That's telling us all day long what you purchased. Right now, one cold drink. Then talking about, oh yeah, I just read that. I want her gone from the house. Go to her living like hidden slave. My family would be on the news and succeed getting me out of there. Yeah, I always wonder about the family dynamics, and is anybody reaching out and saying, we saw the boys, they need X, Y, and Z, you need to do better. I wonder about all of that. But if she were my friend or family member and I'm seeing her in that situation, I definitely would be riding her until she saw the light. Um, it's just, yeah. Because situations like this can get dangerous real fast. That was still a dangerous situation to put his family in. It was, but Tim thinks about nobody but himself. Like, too scared to go by himself, so let me take my family and put all of us in harm's way so I can get what I want. He does not care. I'm afraid Megan is going to disappoint y'all. Yeah, she's doing a good job of it already. Like, like I say, I hope we get to see that day where she's fed up and leave. But, yeah, she's doing a good job of disappointing already. A lot of vehicles at auctions down south were in flood waters. Yeah, somebody said that when he looked under the hood, they could tell it had been flooded out. And I don't know if that's something that he knew. I don't know what to look for under the hood, but it was in the comments of one of the videos that I covered about the truck. I think it was the one where they went and picked it up, and somebody said that when he let the hood of the truck up, it looked like it had been flooded. So that could be why they still have it. Um, I don't believe Megan will admit her family was right about him. And bless her heart, because you can just see it. Like, nobody ever has to say it out loud anymore. He hadn't bought you anything in 2 years, Megan. The last thing he bought you, other than the vacuum sealer, was a chicken coop. Well, I'll be fair. He did get her a couple of outfits for the vacation and that wig after the vacation. And maybe the crochet hair, maybe. So that's roughly maybe $150 that he spent on her over the past couple of years. But yeah, they know without saying anything that she knows that they were right. Without it, all they have to do is just look at each other. She gonna put her head down because she be like, "Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Y'all told me." He has no common sense out there. Out there having those long stakes in the crush and run. Ah, and feeling like he's securing it down. Ah, I just. And Tim thinks he's adding value to his property. Inspector will come out there and inspect that stuff, and if anybody was trying to buy it, he would have to break the bad news to them. The fear of leaving someone can be more painful than the abuse. Yeah, Stockholm syndrome, and I definitely believe that she's going through that. I can believe that Megan has played out in her mind leaving, but not being able to go through with it because of that feeling that you're talking about. I definitely believe that. Megan and the boys have to win the fight in their head before they can speak up. I agree with all of that. And Tim knows what he's doing, so he keeps all of them in the positions that they are in to ensure that nobody is going to run off. You know, some of y'all feel like he gives Junior a hard time because of the house, but I feel like he gives Junior a hard time to keep him like his mom, keep his mind messed up, to keep him in a bad mood, like just stand on top of him about stupid stuff. And you look like you was ready to smile, just like, the day that Junior and Titus were in the back seat doing the quiz and Tim had to jump in. He had to find a way to still demean Junior. You look like you happy back there. You look like you have a reason to smile right now. Is that you and your brother trying to get along when y'all know that I want y'all at odds? Like, that's what I think that he does to keep them where they are, messing with their heads. Megan has already disappointed a lot of people. Yeah, she has. No money since budget of 20,000, tractor, and living in a $200 camper. That's what I'm talking about right there. And I know Megan knows better, but I need to see Megan convince her husband that he's spending money wrong. Because yes, that $200 camper, and they stayed in it close to a year. Tim didn't have to be anywhere, but his wife still had a job. And she had to live through those conditions and still drive to a job. But let me go spend some money on something expensive for myself. I'd send the police for a wellness check if she was my family. So, I did report that there was a subscriber that did that. And had they not said anything, then we wouldn't have known. So her family possibly could have done the same thing, and it's just not something that Tim is going to admit to. That he said the one time that CPS was called, and I think that since then he has just kept things to himself. So I think a lot of the times that we see weird acting behavior out there, something like that could have happened, and he just won't say anything. Because when the subscriber told us what they had done, we could then read the energy differently and realize why they were acting like they had of. Had they not told us, we might not realize why they taking a last minute run to have animals butchered. So I would like to think, unless she has burnt her bridge so bad that they just like, hey, you got it now. But I would like to think that they would do a wellness check, But maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, it's 165 people. Oh, y'all did like. So yeah, for anybody that's still in here that has not liked the live, go ahead and hit the thumbs up. I've been running so much. I got my little mascara. I mean, eyeliner is everywhere. And hype the video. I think I remembered everything. I did hit 1,900 subscribers. I want to thank everybody for always being so faithful and for supporting the channel. That means a lot to me, so I really do appreciate it. I didn't realize I had hit 1,900 until one of you all mentioned it in the comments. Thank you all so much. The only time he stretched the dollar was the $2 camper. And that dollar was stretched on that camper. Boy. Ooh, that dollar was stretched on that camper. No running water. The boy sleeping beside a porta potty. I know he said composting toilet, but that's all the same to me. Using 2 little small solar panels. The boy sleeping in cubicles that look like what are they called? I know I said caskets before, but what is it when you go into the wall and not the ground? Thank you, Lisa. I'm gonna have to do a special live when I finally hit 2,000. I flew through 1,800 like that. I just remember saying thank you for 1,800 subscribers, and I flew through that one fast. That's why I wasn't paying attention, because I'm like, well, it's gonna take a little while. But no, y'all got me on through there, so I appreciate that. A vault, yeah. I was about to say crypt, but yeah. A vault. The boys were sleeping like that in that little $200 trailer. So yeah, he definitely stretched that dollar. But they had a fifth wheel out there that no payments were owed on. And rather than let his family be comfortable, he put them all in that little cubicle together. I just don't understand it. And then he really had the whole family living like they were in a jail cell together. That was me. I saw when Tim and I was searching for your new videos. Yes, that was you that told me congratulations. You say you noticed it when you and Tim were looking for my videos. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a reaction to the latest video that he put out today. You're growing fast. You're very welcome. I enjoy your shows. Thank you. Yeah. I remember it took me forever to get to 1,000. All right, that's what it felt like forever. But then after the 1,000, it has just been, steadily progressing, and I appreciate it. Yeah. Again, I never expected to even have it, grow to this point. So I'm grateful. I was just, getting up here wanting to talk about my disappointment with figuring out who they were. My feelings was hurt. Like, what? I've been wasting all this time thinking that I was watching something else, only to find out that's not really what I was watching. Let's see. He is determined for the M to live like, for them to live like prisoners. Yeah, your mind has to be pretty bad for you not to realize that other people live differently than how you did in jail, and that everything that resembles how you lived in there should be the exact opposite when you get out. The exact opposite. Your children should not be confined to that room because you were. Um, I can't even think of half of his institutionalized ways right now. But everything that they do out there should be the opposite. But Tim definitely runs it like his formative years. Um, does Tim owe restitution? Because where is all the money going? I'm going to pray for them. I don't know if he owes restitution or not. That's a good question. But some people feel like they may have owed some money on their taxes and had to pay some money back. I'm not sure. I know that they had a very good year when Resurrection Ranch was at its peak, and then IG Farms was doing well. So they possibly could have owed quite a bit back on taxes and had to pay it off. But I don't know for sure. Tim somewhere watching this live right now, punching the air allegedly. He needs to be punching the air at himself. Like, if he was watching, at some point something needs to be hidden. Like, don't just be bouncing off. Something needs to like hit, penetrate, go through there and be like, you know what? Dang, they sure are right. Got all this money and my wife haven't been able to get nothing, not even the bare essentials. But nope, he'll get on the next episode that he puts up talking about uh, one of the other homesteading channels, like he compares to them, and will act like he don't see how nice their wives are presented, how well the children are presented, and that the children actually get their childhoods. He'll act like he don't see none of that part, and is still trying to put himself in that same category. No, he don't owe no restitution. He out there tricking. Anything is possible. We don't know what Tim is out there doing. Anything is possible. Um, seriously, I think either had a mental break or had some sort of brain injury. There's some. There are plenty of people who get locked up young and come out after. I know at least 3 people that were incarcerated and came out not acting institutionalized and are just normal, everyday functioning people. They're not, you know, acquiring a family and then treating them like they're inmates. They're not doing weird stuff. They're not acting like jail made them who they are now. But oh, Timmy boy. I think all the vehicles have cracked windshields. It's very possible. I know, what is it, the Excursion and the new one does, the hunk of junk. Somebody said that the Old Faithful, he had paid, what was it, like 2 years ago to get a new one? Unless it's been cracked here recently, and it possibly could have been. I hadn't paid attention to it. Um, I can't believe Mississippi is letting these children go without basic. Yeah, so I think it's the Nia B says that she homeschooled her child, and that Mississippi is very relaxed with the education. Very relaxed. And, um, even Megan talked about it, that they do have to do some type of enrollment, but then they can choose their own subjects. So, it's just, it's very relaxed. Remember, Tim was gone for 3 days, and Megan was not happy. When was he gone for 3 days? What did he go do? Was that when he went to pick up that camper? No. When was he gone for? When was he gone for 3 days? What was that for? Um, in the world of make believe, he's doing the exact same thing as the other Homestead channels. Yeah, in the world of make believe, he thinks that he is definitely doing the same thing, but he does not want me to point out the differences because I would go down that list for him. I would go down the list for him, and we will start with presentation. Now everybody that I know is faith based, so we can get into that part of it as well. We can talk about the differences in how the children are presented, not just like physical appearance, but their roles on the channel. Like Tim, he better not start thinking that he's like these people, because if he allowed for his wife every time she needed a new unit or to go do something to her own head of hair, he might be getting closer to that mark. If he allowed for his wife to go and buy her a new bra and whatever else she says she needs, he might be getting closer to that mark. If he allowed for his wife to go and get a vehicle that she wanted and not any hunk of junk that he dreamed of since the 90s, he might be getting closer to that mark. If he realized that his boys needed more growing room in that house instead of skirting at the bottom of Emma, then he might be getting closer to that mark. He's missing the mark in so many ways of not being anything like those channels. Wasting money on his hopes and dreams and wishes, and nothing about his family. Like, if y'all want to shop till you drop and blow all your money. At least let it be across the board for everybody. Ooh, Tim. Uh, Mississippi is the poorest state in the nation. Education isn't high on the list. Yes, I think it's Mississippi, then Arkansas, and then I don't know if it's Louisiana or Oklahoma next, or if it's Oklahoma and then Louisiana. But they all right there together, and they're all poor states. But um, none of them are as relaxed on education as Mississippi. Arkansas focuses a little bit more on education, but they're a poor school system. So, like, um, the kids were having to share textbooks and stuff like that. Like, you know, a very poor school system. Yes, got the air rifle. And then I saw one of you all mention up earlier about Megan and Junior having 22s and no gun safe. And you know, that's a great point, because those are the ones that needed the safe, but he went and spent all of that money on his air rifle. I mean, he has just been blowing money out there for himself and nothing for his family. But Tim bragged about making $20,000, and he was projected to make $17,000 for the next payout. And when he did that video, it was close to his payout date, so he was close to making that money, that 17. So he's gotten 2 decent payouts back to back. Or maybe that's the one that he's about to get, is the 17. Is that right? I don't know, I'm getting mixed up. But it did project 17 for the next one. He's just trying to fill a void that's in his heart, but don't realize God is the one thing. Oh, I lost it. Where did it go? Oh, where did the message go? I lost the message, but I did get to see the top part of it, that he's just trying to fill a void. Yeah, God is the only way. That's the only way that Tim is going to fill that void. And I can agree with you. Like, it seems like everything that he does is a childhood dream, and that he's carrying all of that out. But I don't see how he doesn't realize that his children have dreams that he's not paying attention to, and that we'll just forget about his wife's dreams, even though if he was ever comparing himself to those other channels, he wouldn't. But we'll forget about his wife's dreams for right now. She's not even getting her necessities met. You're correct about sharing. I'm from Mississippi. I got out a long time ago, and we had to share a keyboard when learning to type. That's sad. That is really sad. Um, when learning to type, we had no lockers, and the teachers were allowed to whip us. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Paddling was in the schools when I was in school too, in Oklahoma. So I definitely know all about that. um, but the school system where I come from is not poor. Not by far. They misused money, but they had the money. They would buy stupid stuff like a brand new bus for the cheerleaders, you know, stupid stuff. This was in the 2000s. Okay. Yeah, he's recapturing the years he lost in prison. That's what ex-cons do. And we can tell that. And, you know, I don't really have a problem with seeing Tim do that. I have a problem with him doing it just for himself. That's the problem. And I think that's a problem that we all have. By all means, enjoy your money how you want to, but you have a family also. You have a full family. They need to be enjoying it as well. It's not just your money. That's the biggest issue that I have. I'm going to give this like 10 more minutes and then close it out. Because I know I just been yapping and yapping and yapping and yapping. Where is it at?
But it hadn't happened since.
Just wanted to freeze it on the one and the only time she has gotten something out there. The only time she's had anything done for her. The only time that IG Farms has introduced something for Megan. Not nothing, no working tools, but something for her, physical her. This is the one and only time. So I just wanted to put that image back up there before we close out, because again, that was my whole focus, was Tim and his financial abuse that he is doing out there. The fact that he can brag about making a large sum of money and mistreat his wife and his children. That's the whole point in this video, financial abuse. For it to appear that she does not have on undergarments and he's talking about blowing through money. For it to look like his wallet possibly had a lot of money in it, paper money, and his wife needs undergarments. That is the whole point in this video. This is the only time that we can ever document anything for Megan. And this was a gift from this man to Megan, not from Tim. Tim asked for the favor so he wouldn't have to pay for it. But he gifted Megan this hairstyle. So Tim still has yet to this day to do anything for his wife that we have seen. He can talk about an old memory, but he has not recorded him doing anything nice for his wife. So Megan picked up that camera the other day and put that camera in her face, and she was looking so bad. I lost my thought. You know, I couldn't think anymore, because I'm like, you know, Tim was just bragging about making money and his wife doesn't look like it. He's leaning down on the ground in some brand new clothes, and his wife is still wearing stuff. And I saw one of y'all earlier saying that her clothes look like she washes them with the towels. Yeah, like that. Her clothes are just tattered. And nothing about Megan suggests that they just got a $20,000 payout. But it should. It don't even cost a lot. And Tim knows that. He knows it wouldn't take a lot for Megan to look refreshed. But for some reason, he wants to keep her like that. Megan has been sent free hair. Again, not just from this channel, but Megan has been sent free hair, and he won't even let her have that. He wants her to look like she looks. Um, Always constructive. Always a great constructive show. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Marcus, I forgot about Tim snitching in prison. That may be the reason he watches over his shoulder and shows. You saying he having flashbacks? Worse than what was his name? Smokey in Friday. That was Smokey, right? He kept always looking over his shoulder, tweaking. um, he got her hair done from his neighbor through manipulation. Yes, 100% manipulation. Tim pretended like he was going down there to help a neighbor and then said, Megan has been asking to get her hair done. I know he knows how to do hair. Let me ask him if he knows somebody that can do natural hair. Not let me ask him, can he do Megan's hair? Do you know anybody that knows how to do natural hair? Then Alan, well, yeah, I do hair. I know how to do hair. Oh, I can do that for Megan. You done pulled me out this ditch. By all means, I can do her hair for her for free. Yeah, let me pay you back. So that's Tim's way of making a person think that they volunteered this service, but he actually went fishing for it. He actually could not wait to see if he could con somebody into giving him a free service because he gave a free service. Yeah, he definitely went looking for this favor right here. But Tim will make it seem like he did something nice for his wife, and all he was doing was getting his payback. And Megan lucked into getting a free service because that was what Alan knew how to do. If Alan said he knew how to bake lemon upside down cakes or pineapple upside down cakes, I don't know where lemon came from, then that's what they would have gotten, with some pineapple upside down cakes. Like, whatever it is, you got to give me something for pulling you out this ditch. Otherwise, Megan still to this day would not have anything to show for receiving something. Again, the boys we have seen get shoes. We have not seen them go shopping for clothes for the boys, but we have seen the boys in new clothes. We would assume subscribers, but well, really, that's all we've seen for the boys too. But their dad will cut their hair every blue moon. He will do that. But for Megan, nothing. Nothing. He lets her draw in the free air that's in the room, and that's it. So, I hope that y'all enjoyed the subject tonight. I felt compelled to bring this up. Yeah, I've been on here for a while. What are y'all saying? And that's very sad. I was weak for 12 years, but the past 19 have been so peaceful. I was scared terribly at first. Shoot, I should have ended that sooner. Yeah, when you get out, you realize how many years you wasted that you should have. You should have gotten out sooner. It's like, you know what? I gave you way too many years of my life. Again, we will be going live this weekend about relationships. So you all remember, I'm gonna put a post up. It'll be Saturday or Sunday, one of those days. I'm gonna do a live about relationships because I feel like it's a season for it, and we know that they can go in all different directions, but it'll be for married and single people. But relationships will be this weekend. So hopefully y'all can make it back to that. Some of the fellow inmates got out to like the one that did his ceiling paint. Yeah, oh, what's his name? Dang, I can't even. Casanova. Casanova is his name. Because what man is randomly asking another man about styling women's hair? Exactly. Tim knew exactly what he was doing. Ugh, he's just so irritating. So irritating. The same place that kiwi upside down cake came from. Oh, that cake, that cake, that cake. I didn't even really cover Megan in that cake too much because, you know, I've been on Megan so hard about her cooking for months at this point. I just try to focus on everything else that be in the video instead of just the cooking now because I don't have hope for Megan in the kitchen. I have not seen her improve any, so I don't have hope for her. So I just be trying to talk about everything else now. And, you know, I'll mention the food some, but she frustrates me in the kitchen. She gets slower. The meals get stranger. The efficiency is just still is not there. Her lack of understanding for seasoning, for what a full course meal is, for making sure that everybody's going to get full. Like, I get frustrated with Megan in the kitchen. So I just, you know, try to focus on everything else. So I'm going to give it 5 more minutes, guys, and then I'm going to go ahead and end the live. So let me answer a few more comments. Let's see. Everyone have a good day tomorrow. Be safe in this crazy country. Oh my goodness. Yes, so much is going on right now. It's woo. Every time you look up, it's something new. Something new every time you look up. It's hard to keep up with the news. So yes, everybody be safe. Be aware of your surroundings. Pay attention to everything. I bet she can cook, and her cooking is a reflection of how she's feeling, like rebelling against Tim. I know she can bake. Her baking has always looked decent before now, but when it comes to full course meals, she's never been good at that. Like, she's never, you know, like they used to, what was it? They had deer camp chili that they used to make, and it looked like I wanted to throw up. Then what were some of the meals that Megan used to make when they was living in that little camper? All I can remember is the deer camp chili. But it's just always been like their meals were always meat. Meat. Meat, meat, meat. And I had to start talking about them not ever eating vegetables. Now Megan does vegetables, but she'll do meat and a vegetable. And even if the vegetables may not be enough to feed the whole family, she still does not understand a full course meal. She does not understand representing all of the food groups. So I know I agree with you on the baking part, but the actual meal part, we've been seeing struggle from Megan for since we've been watching. uh that's all they ate. Deer camp dip. Yeah, they fixed that one too many times, and yeah, ugh. She baked a cake on the grill. She did. She baked a cake on a grill, and that cake on the grill turned out better than some of the stuff that we see her do in the oven. So she used to bake pretty decent, you know, but the meals, they have never been there. They have never been there. Um, I'm surprised that they don't have gout. Well, you get that from beef, though, right? And they don't eat beef like that, so I guess they wouldn't have that. Well, I wait on that subscriber to send them a cake every year, but never patronize her business. Right, only want stuff free. Could have sent a love donation, like, thank you for sending the cake. Here's just a little donation. Nope. But he will record her cake. He'll make money off of eating her cake, but will not, like, he's never even put her business up so that other people could give her business. Like, if he's not gonna pay her or order more cakes to support her, the least he could do is put her information up there. But he won't do it. I can remember all the times that Tim told people, I'm gonna put your information up here, and never would do it. He didn't want to give nobody clout. Selfish person. The cooking is horrible because it's two people that can't cook, and one person thinks he knows everything and doesn't. That makes it bad. Yes. The blind leading the blind. Ugh, that kitchen. They just need to stay out of there. Like, they need to get some of those pre-made meals or something, because they just not good in the kitchen. She does try, though. She gets an A for effort, but oof. Um, I think she's retired from the cake business, and she said that, oh, okay, so she doesn't have a business anymore. Okay. Um, I haven't seen anything that looked right in their kitchen. Let me think back if anything did. Um, mm, so I wanted to say the lamb getty, but sometimes it looks like she don't let that meat cook long enough. I don't know how long she lets it cook, but it just still be looking a little like it be missing the char on it. It still be having like a grayish look to it. So then that kind of takes it out of the category. It's hard to find something good that has come out of Megan's kitchen. Um, but back when Tim used to let her do the daily bread thing, her bread would turn out better. But again, I think it's because he wasn't breathing down her neck. He would let her film herself doing it. Survival meals, yep. Get some of those the meals that they eat in the army. What are those called? They're some initials. What happened to that culinary degree? Exactly. They should have talked about it before they got married. That cooking situation. Because neither one of them can help the other. Tim knows some things as far as what he's seen other people do, because, he was describing to her, like, well, the ham hock needs to be smoked, but not to smoke other meat. So he did try to explain that to her, but he wouldn't be able to execute it either. Survival meals, fresh out the bag. MRE, yeah. They need to get some of those, because at this point, they could make plenty of money if they film her actually following a recipe and learning to cook. Yeah, because right now it irritates me to watch Megan in the kitchen. And then especially if Benjamin is going to be in there too. But if she was actually to go from step one to the last step, do it correctly, it turn out right, and it's a full-course meal, yes. Unless she's feeding the boys at a decent hour. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here too. We've been on here for a little while, so yeah, we've been on here for a minute, so I am gonna go ahead and close it out, so that y'all can still have some energy to return this weekend for the relationship live. So I do appreciate everybody for coming and joining in on the live tonight. Um, I really thank you guys. Thank you for all of the likes. Thank you for the super chats. If any cash apps were sent, thank you for that. I appreciate each and every one of you. Um, I'm going to be doing a reaction. Tim, Tim and I will be waiting. I'm gonna do a reaction every day this week, so y'all won't have to go, searching for me. But I don't know if the live will be Saturday or Sunday. Probably Sunday. Probably, yeah. It'll probably be Sunday for the live, but we'll see. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and end this live here, guys, so that y'all can get you some rest this evening. But again, thank you all. And I will see you all on the next reaction. Bye.